Ready, Greg? All right. Good evening. It is 6 p.m. It is May 16th, 2022. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. This time we will determine if a quorum is present.
Leona McDade, present.
Jeff Williams, present.
Richie Deffenbaugh, present.
Craig Hawksworth, present.
John Bitter, present.
And I, Sam Slayton, present. We do have a quorum established. Mr. Williams, again, thank you for your service to this district. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, all right. We will now install our elected trustees with the oath of office. So,
You're going to read the votes first?
well, that's.
Okay.
I'm just going by the agenda, everyone. If you check the agenda, that's 1A, and then this is 1A1. I'm going to skip the agenda here. So, all right, I'm going to skip ahead in the agenda, and I'm going to go down to 1A1. We're going to canvass the results of the May 7th, 2022 School Board Trustee election. In place 6, Argyle ISD District Trustee Andrew Herring with 1,605 votes. Matthew Slayton with 2,176 votes. The total of 3,781 votes. In place 7 of the Argyle ISD Trustee, Natalie Long Martinez with 200 votes. Nick Reynolds with 1,700 votes. Joshua Westrom with 1,894 votes, with a total of 3,794 total votes.
That's not showing it to be the same as this.
It's one off.
Was it just one off? I'm seeing.
Oh, early vote. Okay, I'm seeing over here. Yeah.
Never mind. I was looking at early voting.
Well, the totals are still one off.
Both of them are by one.
What do y'all want me to do? I'm just reading what I
Just
got.
make a note of it. Oh, it's not gonna make a change.
You said 3781 and you said
794.
And you say 93 and 80.
Is this not what we got from Denton County?
Mr. Slayton, what I gave you this evening
He's correct.
is what I got this afternoon from Denton
Okay.
County.
Picked up on both.
Okay, so that's the,
That would be the official one.
okay.
That's the one you're reading.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine.
The run time on this report was yesterday at noon. So, okay. So, I entertain
Okay,
a
you want to
motion.
do the
Yeah.
propositions too?
No, that's later down in the
Okay,
agenda.
all right.
That's way down in the agenda. Okay. I'm gonna entertain a motion to approve these. So. All right, so we're gonna entertain a motion to approve the numbers for the canvas results that I read.
So moved.
All right, Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Now we'll go back in the agenda to 1A, and we will install the trustees with the oath of office. Is that you?
No, why
No,
would
why
you
Blaine?
just swearing them in?
All
Is
right,
that his cue?
That's my cue.
that's your cue.
Yeah.
Sir, appreciate you. Richie, sir. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I miss you, Randy. Your next door neighbor.
We'll see you around, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Huh?
Okay, you'll just repeat after me. You'll raise your right hand. I, Matthew Slayton,
I, Matthew Slayton,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of Argyle Municipal District Board of Trustee, Place 6,
of the office of Argyle ISD Board of Trustees, Place 6,
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of the state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Which seats you taking?
Lowry's.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, sure. And then place 7.
Raise your right hand.
Hey, Matt.
Mr.
Matt.
Slayton.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you want a photo? Never mind.
I, Joshua Westrom,
I, Joshua Westrom,
do solemnly swear
that
I will faithfully execute
the
duties of the office of Argyle Independent School District
of Argyle Independent School District
Board of Trustees,
Place 7
Place 7 of the state of Texas, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Wow. Awesome. I try and stay behind the. If I get behind the big guy, I'm good.
Oh my gosh.
See, thank you.
Oh.
Congratulations. Oh, I might be in that one. I photobombed a lot of pictures. You have to be careful of that. He always stands over there. He always comes that. It's all good. It's exciting. Your first meeting. Yes.
All right, this time we are going to have the reorganization of the board. I will entertain a motion for president of the board of Argyle ISD Board of Trustees.
Make a motion, we approve Sam Slayton as the board president.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade with a second. Any further discussion, questions, comments, concerns? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for vice president for the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees.
I move that we nominate Dr. John Bitter for vice president of the Board of Trustees.
Dr. McDade with a motion to approve Dr. Bitter as VP. Do I have a second? Mr. Deffenbaugh with a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And I will entertain a motion for secretary for the board of Argyle ISD trustees.
I make the motion that we either elect or appoint,
Nominate.
Make a motion to approve. Yeah.
our current secretary, Mr. Craig Hoffman.
All right. All right. All right. Dr. Bitter, the motion to approve Mr. Hawksworth as secretary of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion, questions, comments, background checks? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, this time it is 6:09 p.m. and we will adjourn to executive session. All right, the time is 7:18 p.m. We have returned from executive session. This time we will have Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, we'll have a moment of silence. All right. We've got a lot of special recognition tonight. It's always exciting. We're going to start with choir.
That's what we've got on here, but I
Right.
don't have any choir certificates.
We're choir.
Certificates?
Yeah. I think they're
Hello. Oh, okay.
Okay, pardon me.
Oh, right.
Hello. Thank you so much for letting us come today. We met.
Come
this
on
is
in.
The Hilltop
Come on
Choir.
in.
Come on in, crowd in.
crowd in.
Tell me about picture yourselves. Go back.
Yeah, they wanted to perform at board recognition, but they didn't get to.
There you go.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Great. We meant to come all the way back in January, but my whole school ended up being sick that month, so we didn't get a chance to sing for you guys. So this is a song, we specifically prepared it for the school board. So we're really excited to get to sing for you today, so thank you for letting us come. Okay,
Make sure all the parents get in so they can all crowd in.
Yeah, go ahead and squeeze in. Yeah, it's, yeah.
This is what they had originally planned to do for board recognition in January.
If one or two of the parents want to actually come behind the board over here so you can get a forward-facing video, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah.
Anyone wants to.
Okay.
Okay. I think next month we're gonna have a new building for y'all to meet in. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's exciting, isn't it? Okay. You can come up here if you want. All right, guys.
Yeah, okay.
Thank y'all so much. That was awesome.
I can get used to this.
This actually turned out to be a very good night for you to come, because even though you weren't here in January when we had board recognition, we have new board members this evening, 2 new board members, so this is a nice welcome for them.
Thank
So
you.
we appreciate it very much.
Thank y'all.
I
I need
Thank
to
you.
roundabout and put my height challenge people in front so that your parents can take a picture. We're in front, you know that. Go.
Yeah.
So this is this like every meeting? People come and sing how great you are.
It's just like your house.
Is that what they
Josh.
always do at the podium? Is they
Just
tell you
like
how
your
great
house.
they appreciate you?
Public comment?
That's the first time in 8 years.
All right. Very good.
It worked out really
Awesome.
well, actually.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Thank y'all.
That was lovely. Thank you so much. Very meaningful.
That was great. There's a future one right there. It's little. Very cool.
Okay, UIL academic team.
I think Mr. Gibson's in the future.
That was cute.
Okay.
The UIL academic team. Okay, this is Jessica Reynolds, our high school UIL coordinator.
Yes, accounting, Rocket, if you want to bring. Sorry, there's a lot of us.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Listen to the clang.
And that's a nice cling you're going to be hearing today.
It's the bling.
All right, and they're just going to file in groups because there's so many of us. But I just wanted to start off and tell you a little bit about our season. We started with district in November, and we won the district championship with 1,057 points. And we took home team championships in accounting, calculator apps, current issues, computer science, journalism, literary criticism, number sense, science, speech, and spelling and vocabulary. That's a lot. So they rocked it at district, and then after surviving a turkey attack on our way to Lubbock, we also did really well at region in April. We took home the region championship with 553 points, and we took first place teams in accounting, calculator apps, computer science, journalism, literary criticism, math, number sense, science, and then we were second place team in current issues, social studies, and speech. So again, wonderful showing. And then last week we were at state in Austin at UT, and we took home lots of awards. We're going to start with honoring our accounting team here. Our accounting team took home the state championship in accounting. Not only did they win 4A, but they also had the highest team score in the entire state. That is through 1A to 6A. Rylan Wilson took home first place. Jorge, say your last name for us. Terrazas took home third place, and Ann Shannon, which this state meet she was subbing in. This was her very first UIL competition in this event, and she took home 5th place in the state at her first competition. And our accounting team is coached by our wonderful Mr. Rahman, who's in the back there. Next, we're going to honor our computer application kiddos, also coached by our wonderful Mr. Rahman. They had a wonderful showing at state. This is not a team event, it's just individuals. But Jada Stroik took home 2nd place in the state. And then Megan Nilsman took home 7th place in the state. So we are super proud of our computer apps kids, also coached by Mr. Rahman. And then our last event coached by Mr. Rahman is our computer science team. We did not have any individual medalists in our computer science team, but they took home 4th place. It was an insane competition for computer science this year, so we're super proud of their 4th place finish.
Can I stop you 1 second?
Yes.
for if y'all haven't seen it when they're walking away, the back of their shirts say "Turkeys Beware." So that is great.
We decided to lean into it.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, we're gonna bring in our math people. Come on, math kids. All right, in our math events, our first event was calculator apps, and that is coached by Mr. Perkins and Mr. Williams. James Reagan took home second place in calculator apps, and Caroline Deffenbaugh took home fifth place in calculator apps. And they were also first place team overall with, hold on, let me make sure I get the people, with Vidit Tripathi and Jasmine Ball rounding out the calculator apps team. So we're super proud of that. Okay, our next one is math, just regular math. So again, our math is coached by Curtis Williams and Russell Perkins. Vidit Tripathi took home second place in mathematics, and Eli Valentino took home sixth place. And we were also the math team champions with James Reagan and Jasmine Ball rounding out that team for math. And our last math events was number sense, where again, Vidit Tripathi took home second place and Mark Castle took home sixth place. And again, they were overall team champions with Caroline Deffenbaugh and Eli Valentino rounding out that team. And that's all our math science, right? Did I get them all?
That's all.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations.
Good job, guys.
Congratulations.
Next, we have our science kiddos. So our science team is coached by Miss Desiree Good. They took home, again, the team championship in science. Danny Roberts took home second. Isaac Fisher took home fifth. And Danny was also second place in biology. So we are super proud of her. Okay. Yeah. Are we good? Perfect. Journalism is next. Sorry, there's a lot of us.
No apologies necessary.
It's a great problem to have.
All right, next we have our journalism team. We took home, and they are coached by beautiful Stacy Short. We took home fifth in editorial writing. Ashley Henderson placed fifth in that event. And then in feature writing, Sam Michael placed sixth in that event. All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bring in the Lit Crit team. All right, so our Lit Crit team, they are coached by Miss Jennifer Hadley. They were also state champion teams, and just like our accounting team, they had the highest team score in all 6 classifications. And Alex Gomez, who placed first, had the highest score in all classifications. So we are super proud of our Lit Crit. Our other individual medalists were Zach Tate in 4th place, and then Avery Clayton in 5th place. We also had this year on our English team, we submitted to the essay contest, and I'm going to let Miss Hadley tell you a little bit about that essay contest because she knows a lot more than I do.
Hello. Hi. Yes, Kate entered the Latino History UIL essay contest this year, and she was a top 12 finalist out of all classifications. And she was honored at their ceremony. She was able to read an excerpt in front of the group, which was very impressive. And then she was taken on a tour, and they have now put her essay in the permanent record at the LBJ Library at the University of Texas in Austin. So that's wonderful.
That's awesome.
So we're very proud of her.
Yes, and she is Argyle's first ever qualifier now. So we are super excited. Great job. Okay, tell the speech and debate and theatrical time. They don't have a coach, because I'm right here.
So we wanted UIL academics. What is that
our speech and debate events, which are coached by me, and our theatrical design, which is also coached by me. We started our year, so speech and debate has so many events that fall under its umbrella that they split our state meets up by event. So we started with our first state meet, which was congressional debate in January. And we had 3 qualifiers at that. Jennifer Ochoa, Caleb Leonard, and Tristan Ball were all competing there for us. And Tristan Ball and Caleb Leonard made it to the final round of debate. For congressional debate, if you make it to the final round, you get to debate in the Capitol building in front of a whole Texas legislator. So they got to do that. Tristan Ball placed third in that event, and he was also awarded Outstanding PO. In Congress, the PO runs the entire chamber, is in charge of the entire round. It's all student-led, so that is a huge honor that he got for us. So we're super proud of that. Our next state event was CX Debate in March. And that is a team debate event. So Tristan Ball and Grant Paris placed 3rd in the state at that event. And then Addison High and Abigail McCarroll made it to day 2 of debate and were octo finalists in that event. Our last speech and debate event is at the end of this month. Next week we'll leave on Monday, and that will round out the last of the academic events. And then after that, the championship will be finalized. So competing at that for speech and debate, we have Shriman Kalanikaduru competing in prose, and then we have Corey Puckett competing in Lincoln Douglas debate at that event. We're currently right now for the academic championship, we are at 270 points. The next school, and we're in the lead, the next school behind us is Lindale, and they're at 120 points. But Lindale has the same amount of qualifiers as us, so it looks like it should come home to Argyle for this one. And our last qualifiers that we had were our theatrical design group, which I think Molly is the only one here from that group, but they placed in group design, they placed 6th and also got points towards the academic championship. And that's all for academics. We'll let you know how it turns out next week.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for coming, Mrs. Reynolds. Thank you so much for coming, and all the students. We're proud beyond measure.
Thank you guys for all your support.
Tennis.
All right, we'll get started. Thank you so much to the board and Dr. Wright for having us here and recognizing these 4 amazing young athletes. We had 4 state qualifiers this spring season, and all of them earned first place at the regional tournament. And in fact, they did not even lose a set throughout district and in regionals. We had junior Jacob Thompson and sophomore Carter Holt, who represented our boys doubles team. They had a great time at Texas Tech, and they had a fantastic finals match. And they did not drop a set in regionals. We also had junior Jackson Hill, who played our boys singles and had an incredible record of 33-3 this spring season. He won 4 tournaments and is also always pushing to get better. And then we had our freshman girl, Meghna Arun Kumar, and she won state, and she is our first Argyle female athlete to get a state championship for tennis. She went the entire season undefeated, did not drop a set, and throughout the playoffs had a 120-9 game record, which is unbelievable. She also won the state title so quickly, the tournament desk was not ready for her. But Coach Myhawk and I are very proud of these 4 young athletes, and we are excited to have them all 4 back next year. So congratulations to our our state qualifiers.
certificate for Megan.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So proud of you.
And now we have track and field.
Okay, I'm here to introduce the
Let them all
2022.
let them all get in, Coach. You gotta wait 1 second.
Strolling.
Parents are coming in too. They might be quick, but they don't come in the boardroom quick.
So I'm here to introduce the 2022 Argyle men's track season. Our track team, this season was a great one. We won several meets, including the district, the area, and the regional titles. And then we capped off the season with a runner-up finish at the state meet. So I'd like to introduce all of these guys and tell you what they did. In the pole vault, we were led by Mitchell Thompson and Eli Barnes. They both scored between them 10 points. Mitchell finished third, and Eli finished fourth. Our sprint relay, which is the 4x100 team, made up of Landon Ferris, Riley Page, Hayden Stewart, and Will Hodson, shattered the school record, becoming the first relay team in the history of Argyle to run under 42 seconds with an incredible 41.7 seconds. We also qualified a 400-meter runner to state. RJ Bunnell finished 9th in the state out of 640 some odd runners that began the district competition. We also had a 1,600-meter runner, Mason White. He placed 6th in the state, again out of the same number in the 1,600 meter. Capped off the night, a great day, by having a 4x400 relay team of Jaquan Felton, Lane Stewart, Parker Phillips, and RJ Bunnell again, and they became the first team in Argyle history to go under 320 in consecutive meets, very nearly setting the school record that they'd already set in Lubbock at the regional meet. They ran a 3:19.90. Also earning all-state recognition were Jamel Filton and Daniel Hendricks. Your 2022 Argyle Eagle men's track team.
I'll call their names. Landon Ferris, he was on the relay team. Jamal Felton, congratulations. Jaquan Felton, congratulations. Daniel Hendricks. Will Hodson, another relay team. Riley Page, relay. Parker Phillips, 2 relay teams. Congratulations. Hayden Stewart, 2 relay teams. Congratulations. Lane Stewart, relay, congratulations. Mitchell Thompson, pole vault. Mason White, 1,600 meters, and Eli Barnes, pole vault.
Coach, have we ever placed in state before?
I think we got second one time, a long time before I got here.
RJ Bunnell,
Thank you.
meters and relay, 400 meters and relay. Congratulations. You think this is that one time before a boys team got second?
I think so.
Many years back?
Yeah. Before I got here, 10 years ago or more, past, a long time ago.
Oh.
2A.
Huge congratulations. This
Thank
is
you.
a monumental accomplishment to get second at state. That was huge.
Thank you.
largest national police week, which runs from May 6th to 14th.
That's right. Girls track.
I guess we don't have certificates for them. No certificates? Okay.
I'd like to thank the school board and Dr. Wright for recognizing us for a great season. We qualified 8 girls in the state meets. Of those 8 girls, they contributed 316 individual points over the course of the season. We got a first place district championship with 233 points, first place area championship with 187 points. Runners up in the state champions Canyon with 106 points at region, and then we got tied for 5th with 29 total points out of 130 participating schools in the 4A state meet. I'll do the 2 girls that weren't able to make it. We have junior Trinity Carter, who's a 3-year letterman with 4 district championships, 4 area championships, 1 regional championship, and 3 state qualifications. Earning her a silver medal in the 4x2, and she holds 2 school records with the 4x1 and 4x2 this year. Also have junior Jalea Patterson, who's a 3-year letterman with 5 district championships, 3 area championships, 1 regional championship, and 5 state qualifications, which has earned her a silver and a bronze medal. She holds 3 school records. Behind me, I am helmed with some youth and some experience. I have freshman Zoe Jackson, who's a 1-year letterman with 2 area qualifications, 1 regional qualification, and 1 state qualification with a 4th place finish in the 4x4. A freshman Emily Harbach, who's a 1-year letterman with 1 district championship, 3 area qualifications, 2 regional qualifications, and 1 state qualification in the 4x4. Sophomore Haley Jansen with a 1-year letterman, 1 district championship, 3 area championships, 1 regional championship, and 1 state qualifier, and holds 1 school record. Sophomore Lakin Zamzow with 2-year letterman, 4 district qualifications, 4 area qualifications, 2 regional qualifications, and 1 state qualification in 4x4. Junior Kira Inman, 3-year letterman, 5 district championships, 4 area championships, 1 regional championship, 4 state qualifications, which has earned her a silver and bronze medal, and 3 school records. And then senior Sarah Runyon, who's a 4-year letterman. She has 8 district championships, 3 area championships, 1 regional championship, and 5 state qualifications, and holds 3 school records in the 100-meter hurdles, 300 hurdles, and the 4x100 meter. So of these girls behind me, they have replaced each other multiple times this year in the record books, and have replaced some long-standing records from some very highly esteemed Argyle athletes in the past, and certainly deserve the recognition that they'll get tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, ladies. We very much appreciate your being here. Thank you, Coach.
Great job.
Great season.
Great job.
No golf.
No, we've got the National Police Week. I'd also like to express appreciation to our police chief this evening, Chief Scott Collins, and the other members of the Argyle Police Department, the AISD Police Department. We very much appreciate you and recognize you here. National Police Week was the 8th through the 14th, so thank you so much.
Mr. King, we had a lot of Lone Star points come through tonight. Where are we at? I know you track that.
We're in first, and it's not going to change no matter what happens the rest of the year. The only thing that has a really good chance to happen is the state record in one school year by any school. Number of points is 150 by South Lake Hill, and there's a really good chance that we'll pass that.
That's awesome.
Awesome. That's
Awesome.
Wow.
I like your confidence, Mr. King.
It's not going to change.
Yeah.
It's not going to change.
Like it.
Wow.
Okay, we did not have anyone sign up for public forum, so we'll go into the consent agenda. Pull up the donations for me, please. Okay, from AABC, the amount of $9,560 for 2022 athletics, distributed as follows: $2,700 for all sports, Promethean display interactive TV, and $6,860 for football pop-up dummies. From AEBC, $3,795 for football tunnel. Total made donations, $13,355. Does anyone have any questions or anything we need to discuss on the consent items? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
All right, Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further comments, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, we have our construction report. We'll start with Argyle South Elementary.
Okay,
Let's see.
off just a minute.
If you can, you're going to throw me off. All right.
Just a little bit.
Challenge accepted.
Okay, so welcome new board members. I'm Jeff Cohen, construction manager for the district. So I've brought the PO construction team in tonight. They come once a quarter to give us an update on the report. So this is Jordan Kennedy, he's the senior project manager. This is Dale Davis, he's project superintendent. But before we get into their report, I'd just like everybody to know we moved into the new administration building Thursday and Friday. And we will have the next board meeting over there.
All right.
So,
Congrats.
any other questions? Not much of a report tonight. We're in.
I like it.
There's no elevator in that building.
There is no
That's
elevator.
right.
That's right. There's no elevator.
Good evening.
Evening.
We'll jump right into this. So I don't know how many of y'all have driven by, but we're making some great progress out there. I don't know, is there a clicker? We'll jump into it. So starting with the site work, irrigation and landscaping continue to go in. As you can see in the retention pond there, we've got some grass down. If you've driven by there, you've probably seen the irrigation going during the day, trying to get that established. So going to be working around that site, continuing with irrigation and landscaping. Actually have some trees at the back of the property that we put in. So same thing with fencing. You'll see some site fencing going in, and then a decorative sidewalk, which is going to be our stamped stained concrete that you see in the courtyard areas in the front of the building. Most of that's been formed up and poured so far as well. So see a picture there of the playground structure. Those are all installed. We're just waiting on playground surfacing to go in for the playgrounds. Moving on to the building construction. Outside of the building, just finishing the metal roof installation. I think we're down to the last area that we've got standing seam panels going on. Pre-manufactured canopy installation. We've got all the supports and columns going in, as you can see in some of these pictures. So just waiting on the aluminum to arrive on site so we can get that put on. Continuing the metal wall panels that you'll see on the facade of the building going around. And then obviously the glazing and storefront windows, getting all those closed in. Should have those over the next couple weeks, have this building completely closed in. Inside the building, tectum and sound panels in area A. You can see a picture of those there in the cafeteria area. Just the colorful panels there on the wall. Installing wall tile and millwork in areas B, C, and D. Flooring installation in area B, and then epoxy flooring, which is that picture there in the middle. That's actually a picture of the art room there. So getting going with some finishes in there. Obviously some flooring and the paint goes on the walls, and things are going to start looking like they're completing. So here's just some more pictures of some of the tile going up, finishing some drywall there in the main entry. Got Tectum panels going up in the gym there. That's actually all painted. I was in there today. It looks a lot more finished in there if you were to walk in there today. So, schedule still tracking for substantial completion in July. Getting everything ready for furniture that should be coming, and be ready for kids in August. Look ahead. We're going to continue to install the exterior doors. Right now we've just got temp doors on, but those will be going in the next couple of weeks. Decorative stamped concrete, continuing to pour that. We talked about earlier. The landscape and irrigation, you'll see more of that going in the weeks to come. I'm going to continue with all the interior finishes, floor coverings. Kitchen equipment should be going in soon, and interior lot fixtures burn in. We've got most of the lots in the classrooms, and just getting those burned in, and then as Mr. Slayton will be happy to hear, we'll have the elevator installed is it next month? Next week. Next week.
Awesome.
And that's it.
Fire marshal's already camping out on site, just waiting.
He's been out there.
That's good.
For sure.
That's good. Any potential red flags y'all see? Any things you're having to navigate right now?
Nothing that I don't think we can't navigate around. Obviously, as you guys know, with this market, materials, last minute surprise on, hey, we ran short on this flooring or something like that. But nothing that I think is going to keep us from obviously achieving our goals of getting school open.
Still get the certificate of occupancy on time and all that. So, excellent. Anyone else have any other questions?
No, I'd say it's been a good process from here. See everything on time, so thank you for all your efforts.
We appreciate that. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
And we appreciate y'all coming out. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
it's helpful. Thank you. Dr. Wright, you have your report?
Yes. I just want to start by expressing my very deep gratitude to the voters of Argyle ISD for passing the 3 propositions of the bond. That didn't happen in every district by any means across the state of Texas, and we're very appreciative to the voters. Proposition A will result in new facilities in the district, including 2 elementary schools, a middle school, technology infrastructure, and buses for transportation. Proposition B results in a stadium at high school at Canyon Falls, and Proposition C results in an IAC at high school at Canyon Falls. Also, I want to congratulate Matthew Slayton and Josh Westrom, newly elected board members in places 6 and 7. They were sworn in at 6 p.m. this evening and have gone right to work on the board. Their district orientation is coming up on the 8th of June at 6 o'clock. District orientation covers a myriad of topics such as curriculum, finance, human resources, facilities, every one of our strategic plans, and every one of our objectives for the district. The board is going to have a budget workshop on the 24th or 5th of May. This is going to be based on what this group of 7 people can do as far as the date. This is an annual workshop that is held for all board members every year, and the chief financial officer puts that together for the board. Trent Smith is our researcher for Zonda Demographics, and he's working with the board on projections in June. Projections and possibilities for the next, say, 5 to 10 years. We have a big event coming up this Thursday, the 19th, graduation. We congratulate the class of 2022. All current board members will participate and be in regalia seated on stage. The diplomas are signed by the former board, and graduation programs contain the names of the current board members. And the reason for that is that we don't have enough time between the election and then the printing of diplomas. There are many senior activities this week. Baccalaureate was held on Sunday. The parade, the rose cutting, and the slideshow for seniors is Wednesday night. This is something that came out of COVID times, but it was so popular that the parade has continued. Graduation practice is also Wednesday. The senior breakfast is Thursday. Board members will be at UNT by 5:15 on Thursday. We are thrilled to be back at UNT this year after being at Texas Motor Speedway and Gaylord the last 2 years. As you know from listening to Mrs. Reynolds, to Jessica Reynolds, our academic team is in place to win the state championship. This is a little bit about what Mr. Deffenbaugh and Mr. King were already talking about, but Argyle High School is in the lead for the Lone Star Cup. This will be the 12th cup that Argyle High School has won. We already have the all-time record for the most consecutive cups, but there's a possibility that we could tie the state record for the most cups this year. Depends on what happens in 5A. But right now we're one short of the all-time record, but we do hold the record for the most consecutive. The high school committee to make recommendations for the high school long-term decision will have one meeting soon, and then begin meeting regularly at the beginning of the 22-23 year. As previously mentioned by Mr. Cohen, we did move into the new administration building on the 12th of May. Everyone's getting settled, and we're all very appreciative of the new facility. It is really, really nice and gives us an opportunity to return this to instructional space. We're going to use the part of the building that Mrs. Stewart and Mrs. McGarvey and Mr. Cohen and Gina Smith and I have been in for DAEP in 22-23. Then in 23-24, the 6th grade center will open here at 800 Eagle, and we'll have we'll pull off the 6th graders from the middle school and have all the 6th graders here. We have summer school planned. Elementary summer school is all going to be at West this year. I do want to go over a few more of the athletic updates just quickly. Boys golf won 4A state championship. This was the second year consecutively, and Gavin Lane was the individual champion, shooting 8 below par for the tournament. Girls golf they're competing right now, today and tomorrow at the state tournament. Baseball is playing still. They defeated Graham in the area round, and they play Springtown this Friday and Saturday. And this is close at Northwest High School, so it's easy for you to attend. Softball defeated Springtown in area, and so they're regional quarterfinal champions, and they'll play Canyon in the regional semifinals, and that game is now in Wichita Falls. Boys track, you saw them tonight. They're the state runner-up, and girls track placed 5th in the 4A state meet. So we've had a lot of success recently with our competitions, and we're very, very excited about getting into the administration building. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We have Dr. Stuber for a report.
GT update.
You had to get one more event in before you just shut it all
Just
down.
a few more.
Still going.
Okay, so I'm Kimberly Mack, and this is Hillary Laird, and we are your GT facilitators for Hilltop and Argyle West, and then obviously we have a new GT facilitator for,
And we both
you're at
have-
South.
Yes.
No
I'm
one for West.
currently at West, And I'm headed to South next year, and we both are currently at intermediate together.
So we're going to go over a program review. I know some of you are new, so please ask us questions if you have any about our program. All right, so our program is designed as a pull-out program for 3rd through 5th grade. So we do a snapshot testing of all students in 2nd grade, placing them in 3rd grade for a pull-out program in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So that gives us 3 years to work with those students and build on the skills that I'll talk about that as we go through the presentation. But so it gives us 3 years of really working, and I would say more than 90% of the kids that you just saw in UIL I had in 5th grade and 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And so we work on a lot of the communication, collaboration, the rigor, the depth, the complexity of thinking, and all of that is what we do so that when they go into middle school, 6 through 8, they're served in advanced placement classes. We also have a variety of elective classes and STEM and clubs and UIL where all those kids just gravitate to. And that's also in the high school program 9 through 12.
And how we determine our students is through both quantitative and qualitative assessments. Like Kimberly mentioned, in 2nd grade, we test all of our students. And we do that through the COGAT, the Cognitive Abilities Test, and then through the Iowa Achievement Test in both reading and math. And then based on that, there's also qualitative data collected as well. And that can include teacher surveys, portfolios, classroom work. But it's those ability tests and the achievement tests that we use to place them. In addition to that, we also use the KBIT-2, which stands for the Kaufman Brief Intelligence Test. It's an additional cognitive test, and we use that if there's ever a student who may have any type of 504 accommodations for dyslexia, ESL. We always want to make sure that we're equitable in our testing. And our qualitative data I mentioned already. The GAID survey is the form that we use for teacher input. And then with all of that testing, we look for a measure of 3 criteria, and we look for a percentage of 95% or above. So that's meaning that there's only 5% of students, and that's a national normed data.
So our selection committee is changing a little bit as we're evolving and growing. We want to make sure we're consistent. That's really important to Hillary and I and our principals to have everything consistent. So all of the campus GT facilitators we pull our scores together, we sit down together, we look at them all equally so that we can see that we're being consistent, and then we share those back with each of our campus administrators. And then if the eligibility is met, then that's how they're put into the program. So before, obviously, when I was the only teacher here, and so I would do all of that myself. Then Hillary came, and then we kind of tried to do it at our own campuses, and we would talk a little bit, and then we found out that it's better if we sit down and collaborate. Collaboration is always better. That's what we teach our kids. That's what we do. So, and we really feel like we want to get the kids that are best fit for the program.
And larger districts have district placement committees, and so that's our effort in collaborating across our campuses.
And Dina works with us on that too. We just sat down with Dina and had many conversations about how we're progressing and what we can bring into other districts. That Hillary and I do a lot of research on what other districts around us are doing and how we want to implement our program and grow it to meet the needs of our students. So it's very organic and ever evolving. It's not, and Dina's great about supporting us and making changes if we need to. So that's how the selection committee works. So this is and this changes every year. This is the percentage. So your GT population should be about the top 5% of your population. And you can see in 5th grade it's higher. And we have noticed now we also do testing for all 4th graders for math placement. So we're giving them the COGAT and the Iowa. And we have many students that qualify on that math placement, that snapshot that we're doing, that we would not have probably tested. So that is another opportunity for them to be in the program. This year we have been, wow, we're tired. 5th grade was a lot, but we co-taught, so that was great. But so 16% of your population is very high for gifted and talented. And I can tell you that every one of those kids that we had at AIS were gifted and talented. in many diverse ways. So, and Dr. Wright got to come to our play today and see that, and we had a good time. So, yes, and then also we wanted to point out our numbers were lower last year in second grade. We noticed a big difference from COVID, huge. And one of the biggest differences was just the lack of grit and perseverance and resiliency that these kids had. And so Hillary and I worked together to do a book study for our teachers on Angela Duckworth's Grit. If you haven't read it, you should. It's easy read. We created a Google website, and we downloaded the book for free, and we have activities, and just encouraging those teachers to get their 6 hours and how they can get that grit back in our students, because we are working tirelessly to do that. They don't want to do it. They want to give up. They want to be at home. They want to be on technology all the time and not meaningfully. So,
but we see their cognitive ability is high. It's getting that achievement to match it.
Right, and it is about perseverance. So this year, so that was last year, and then this year when we did our second grade testing, it was doubled what it was last year. Literally doubled, because these kids were in school. It was amazing. So that's just a little side note. Okay.
So these were the numbers for this
Yes.
year. Next year the numbers are much higher. How we go about meeting the needs of our gifted learners here in Argyle is we make sure any teacher that comes, any teacher, coach, any educator that comes to our district must have 30 hours of, we call it these GT4 hours in these 5 areas of identification and assessment, social and emotional needs, differentiation of curriculum, nature and needs of a gifted learner, and then developing critical and creative thinking. So every teacher every coach, everybody has those initial 30 hours, and then each year they're all required to have a 6-hour update. So that's some of the professional development that Kimberly was mentioning. We have revived that, we make it current and relevant every summer for our teachers.
And then as far as our programming goes, we put a few of the things that we do up there, Texas Performance-Based Standards, on your research and the things that you do. You can get on the TA website and go to that, type in Texas Performance-Based Standards projects. Those are PBLs, project-based learning units, that they have for kinder through 12th grade, and they're amazing. And they have everything in there. So we work on 21st century skills. Every single thing we do starts with engagement, and then it goes into research and using multiple resources, and then it goes into doing some kind of project. And then the last piece is sharing back with the community, which we do on every single project we do, and a lot of you have been a part of that. Keith Cummings, our architect for South, came and talked to our kids this year about architecture and gave them the blueprints and all of that, and we talked about, and then they went into a study of architecture, and then they studied an architect, and then we had a big gallery showing where parents and community members came to see that. So we do that with every single piece. So that's a wonderful.
Including Dr. McDade came representing
Yes.
the planning and zoning.
And she's not done because she's coming tomorrow.
Yes,
So
she's
she'll
still
be at my
coming. Yes,
she'll be at my presentation tomorrow, and Mr. Slayton and Dr. Wright. So they come, and that means so much to our students, because we're trying to get them involved in the community and how they fit in and what they're going to be doing in the future and what you guys do. So all of that is part of what we do in our units. And then the depth and complexity, those are icons that we use as a tool to get kids to think deeper, more complex, and get the rigor up. And it's awesome because everything about depth and complexity icons, I know I'm speaking Greek to y'all right now, but they're tools that teachers can use to differentiate so easily for kids in the classroom. You might have a student who's just learning to read, and they're going to give you the details of the story, and you might have a student who's good at critical thinking, and they're going to talk about the ethics of the character and what he did wrong and what he could do differently. So you're doing that, and it's just so simple. So we start that in kindergarten when we push in, and we teach the kids the icons specifically, and then we have them use them in their lessons. We use them in our language all the time, and then we work with teachers to use those as well. And then the principals have been super supportive. Dr. Jordan bought all of her campus, the depth and complexity, just with school money, because it's something I was passionate about. And so she said yes. And we try to get in there and help the classroom teachers as well. And then scholarly behaviors are exactly scholarly behaviors, which we teach specifically to all our kids. They're posted on our wall. We talk about them. What are the habits of a scholar? Are you pondering? Are you thinking? Are you trying new things? Are you persevering? Are you showing resiliency? All those things we talk about. So those are that, and then hopefully that lays the foundation in secondary for them to go into high school and middle school in those honors classes and be successful and have the grit and perseverance they need. So we're building the foundation here in elementary to set them up for success in middle and high school.
We appreciate your support of our program as well as our elementary UIL. It was very exciting to hear all the high school awards, and we start fostering that in elementary, so thank y'all so much.
Yes.
Thank y'all.
Questions?
Appreciate it.
No, thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Elementary counseling update.
We commissioned our talkers in the group to keep it under wraps. We tried.
I was hoping Mr. Ball would bring the VHS tape of Stranger Danger.
He wanted to, and we
Okay.
You made me promise not to talk too much. We thank you for having us here. We are very happy to be here. We are the elementary school counselor team for Argyle, and we're proud tonight to show you our year. And we've created a presentation and included most of the things that we did this year. So thank you for having us. Our team is Mr. Michael Ball. He has been a blessing and a gift to children in Argyle ISD for 29 years. He's just the backbone of the school district. He's part of our team. I'm Marjorie Edge. I have been here 3 years, and I came here from Plano ISD, and so I'm happy to have been able to work with Michael. And then we have Heather Kennedy and also Lauren Crusell Tullis, and we're so excited for them to have joined us last year. Lauren and Heather have been such wonderful additions to our team. Heather's from South Lake Carroll, and Lauren is from DISD Dallas. So you can see we have a pretty diverse team. We like to think that we all have our own special gifts that we bring to our team. We did a lot of collaboration this year.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, for the first 27 years of my career, we were at one elementary school. And so to be at the point where we've added an elementary school and now looking at a third elementary school has provided that team that I've really felt has been such a wonderful thing for me and for our kids. As Marjorie said, they're coming from larger districts, and they bring a wealth of experience and knowledge and ideas, and it's just been a wonderful thing to be able to collaborate together. We were talking recently, and we added up our years of experience, and between the four of us, we have 81 years of experience, which is pretty amazing. So I can't tell you how much I enjoy working with these ladies and how nice it is to be able to collaborate.
Okay, so we had some goals that we wanted to share with you that were our goals for this year. The first one was that the elementary counselors were going to collaborate more and work together. The second one was we were going to bring more parent education into the elementary schools. So we have added parenting classes that happen during the school day and at night. We wanted continuity across the schools, so we shared curriculum together. We also wanted to really focus this year on supporting new students. As everybody in this room knows, we can't stop growing. Every day there's new students, so our goal was to take care of those new students and talk a lot about that together. And then the last one is that we want to align our programs, our counseling programs, with the Texas State model. And so this is the book that we've been working out of. It's called the Comprehensive School Counseling Program. This is what the state lays out for us, and these are the guidelines for us. So we've really honed in on this book this year and done a lot of work to get aligned with the state, and that's for all of our campuses. And it's an evolving process, and it's continuously changing, so that is also one of our goals for next year. If you look at your screen, the role of the counselors and leadership in our buildings. And also at the bottom, I wanted you to see the student counselor ratios. They're pretty high, but we feel like we're doing a good job with our large populations. Hilltop has 707 kids. West has 965, but thankfully I have a partner this year. Heather and I are partners. Intermediate is 350, and then South is projected at 680.
When you all came from your various districts, was it one counselor per building, or was it split up more?
It depended on the number. I came from a campus of about 600, and we had 2 counselors.
Okay.
So it would vary.
Was that elementary school?
It was intermediate, so 5th, 6th grade.
These are pretty high numbers for us, but the reason is because we do a lot of classroom guidance. So we go into all the classrooms and do classroom lessons. And so I feel like we're juggling it well, but sometimes it is a lot. So in order to align with the Texas model, this was really important to us this year. We had a program evaluation and needs assessment. We sent out needs assessment to our families, to our staff, and to our children. And we asked them, what do we need? What are our priorities? We got feedback from them, and that's what shaped our programs. We continue to evaluate, and then we change as our programs change. Next year, it'll look different. We like to get feedback from everybody. You'll see in our slides today that there are 4 parts to the Texas model. One of them is guidance curriculum, and that's going to be the first few slides. Guidance, I'm sure you've heard of that. That's where we go into the classrooms and we teach life skills. It's a proactive program rather than reactive. We're interacting with the kids, and we get to know all of the kids that way. We go in and we teach life skills. Topics that we've included, we've covered are anti-bully techniques. That's been a real focus for us this year. It will be also next year. Red Ribbon Week, healthy choices, college and career exploration, post-graduation options. We've done personal safety or stranger danger. Interpersonal effectiveness and conflict resolution. Those are just a few that we've done. The 4 parts of the Texas, oops, did I skip that slide? There it is. The 4 parts of the Texas model that we are focused on. Guidance curriculum is supposed to be 35 to 45% of our day, of our school year. I would say that that was pretty accurate for us for this year. Maybe we were even a little bit over that because of the number of classes we did. 2 of our schools, AIS and Argyle West, were in the specials rotation. So we were part of PE, art, music. So that upped our classes. But again, it allows us to get to know the children, interact with them, teaching them, and we really value that. Individual planning, 5 to 10%. That's individually working with students and their educational goals. Responsive services is where we do small groups, individual counseling, and we respond to the needs of our campus. And then system support are whole campus programs that we implemented in our building. We're going to see a little bit more detail for these. So in regard to guidance lessons, they're about 30 to 45 minutes each. And for our past school year, Hilltop did 235 lessons, AWE did 740, and AIS did 270 lessons. I'm just going to show you the next few slides are some pictures of some of our guidance. And, you know, like down in the corner, we see Officer Bob with Kiro. That was part of our Red Ribbon Week and making healthy choices. We try very hard to make our guidance fun and interactive. And we want the kids to say when we walk in the room, oh, yay, the counselors are here. That's our goal, right? This
Go
is
back
Mr.
to the helicopter again, to the DEA helicopter.
Go back.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Do you see that helicopter down there, Dr. Wright? I think you're there.
Yeah, I see.
For Red Ribbon Week this week, we all 3 had the DEA helicopter land at our campus and do a talk with the kids. This is Mr. Ball at Hilltop. You can see he's working on career exploration with our little ones. And then this is AIS, and Lauren did a lot of interaction with the kids in their classrooms. Okay.
You're next. Okay, I'm gonna try to be still. I'm usually a walker and a talker, so I'm gonna try to stay still, okay? But I'm going to address with you the component of individual student planning. So the purpose of this is just what it sounds like. What can we work on with kids on a more individual basis to make sure we're meeting all of their needs, right? Maslow still exists. We've got to meet their needs in order to ensure that they're able to meet optimal success. So some of the numbers that you'll see here that are important to pay attention to is all of us are 504 chairs on our campus. So in addition to our regular day-to-day campus duties as counselors, we also address the needs of 504, which is a huge and extremely important program for our kids. So these are just the number of meetings that we held this year. Mr. Ball held 58 meetings at Hilltop. The girls held 90 at West, and I did 61 at the intermediate school. So there is definitely a lot of time that goes into those meetings to prepare the paperwork ahead of time, to run the meeting, but this is an opportunity where we are sitting down face to face with our parents and ensuring that our most vulnerable kids are getting the support that they need. So as you can see, we've kind of broken down campus by campus some of the things that we have done individually. Of course, like I said, we're all 504 coordinators. Many of us serve on our RTI teams. In the lower school, they were obviously part of the gifted and talented ID team. Lots of parent and teacher consultation. I think we all are constantly doing that to ensure that we are connecting with our staff members and our parents to ensure that we're supporting our kids. Wes did some individual interviews, and we all did career interest inventories on our campuses too during College and Career Week. Something else you'll see again, we all 504 and RTI. Those are things that we all participate in and find a lot of value in. Like I said, it's something that takes a lot of time, but we are supporting kids that definitely need our services. And then something that was a little bit different at AIS, because we are obviously moving to middle school, we did the transition to the middle school. They put together a great field trip for our kids. We were able to go over to the campus, and they had a lot of opportunities for our kids to see the choir and see the band and walk the halls, which decreased their anxiety a little bit just to at least see it for the first time, some of them, which was really great. And so we were able to do that. And then they also, we had a parent night there where we met with the parents specifically just to give them a little bit more information for those that had first-time students going into middle school to ease their anxiety as well and ensure that they had their questions answered and were prepared to take the leap from elementary to middle school. That's not only scary for the kids, it's scary for the parents too. If you've been there, you know that. So that was a really great opportunity for our families as well.
All right, in terms of responsive services, this is how we connect and meet the needs of kids when they're having personal concerns or circumstances that might impact their learning. And as you look at these next three slides, I just want to show some kind of highlights from this. Of course, the main way that we are connecting with kids in terms of meeting those needs is through individual counseling as well as group counseling. Some of the other things that you'll see on there, we've been very intentional as a growing district. We are getting students every day, and so trying to help our new students feel connected has been a big focus on our year this year. Doing things like newcomer lunches to make students feel welcome. This year I added a therapy dog. We didn't have therapy dogs at Hilltop last year, but added a second therapy dog this year, which has been nice, so I can rotate them in and out. We have watchdogs back on all of our campuses this year, which is really nice. After, of course, not being able to have volunteers come into the school last year. So that's been a wonderful thing for our students, for our staff, and of course for our dads and other father figures. Let's see. So again, just our social skills groups, working with kids, again, both individually and in groups has been really important. Working with outside agencies as well. Community Storehouse has been a great district partner. And so part of what we're doing is whenever we have students and families that are in need, being able to connect them with services is really, really important. Also being able to help them find ways to get involved, whether that's through Argyle youth sports or other activities that are local. Now,
all right. So system support is where you're working with your principals, your teachers, you're collaborating as a district with pretty much anybody that's not a direct service to kiddos. One of my favorite parts that Argyle does is we meet weekly with Dr. Hagan, and it just fills our cup. So we can bring forth situations, hey, I've got this going on, and just run it by somebody with many years of experience and just knows the district, knows our families. And so that's one of our weekly collaborative meetings. So at our campus, again, we've had a lot of fun. We've done a lot of staff morale games just to we're coming out of COVID and getting to know each other, being a new campus. One of my favorite things that, brought from my old campus is the 12 Days of Kindness. And so again, a school-wide program. And again, that's where also that professional development comes into that we went to this year. Oh, and we did a new families presentation. And so since we're still not doing the tours, we're able to send that out to our families, and it just kind of gives them an insight into the school. At Hilltop, one of my favorite things, is the safety patrol, and it just gives them that sense of ownership and belonging. And Mr. Ball in his 14th year of chess club, and then again the parent presentations. At AIS, we partner with PTA. All of us do just that parent-teacher consultation, and then the parent workshops was something big that we brought. Purple dot. Okay.
So one of the things that we're proud of is to have unique offerings at each campus, but another thing that we're very proud of is just the consistency that we provide through the planning that we do together. And three of the big things that we worked on together this year, planning of Red Ribbon Week. First, that's our Drug Awareness Week that happens at the end of October every year. College and Career Week, and then the parent workshops that we plan together. So talk about the first one. You can see pictures from each campus for Red Ribbon Week. We planned theme days that were consistent between all three of our schools, which were a lot of fun. And then, as mentioned, we had Kelly Dillinger, who's a special agent for EEA, come with his team, land a helicopter at each campus, and get out and talk to the kids about the incredible work that they do.
Now for College and Career Week, we had so much fun with that. We all used that schedule that's in the center. We feel like it's important for our students to be talking about, thinking about, exploring post-graduation options. We didn't just talk about college. We talked about the military. We talked about trade schools. We talked about all the different options. And if you look down in the corner, there's a panel that was brought to AWE, and that's a panel of the different, post-graduation options. And we had that panel come and speak to all of our fourth graders. It was a highlight of the year. We had a lot of fun with that. The kids loved getting to ask some questions about their path after graduation. So it was really neat. And then is that Juno that's teaching about careers? That's Ruby's.
Juno would be smiling.
Teaching about careers. The kids that are holding the pennants researched colleges, and on the back there's information and facts about the colleges that they wanted to research.
So something that we mentioned several times, which was
quite an undertaking, but one that we were really proud of, was the parenting classes that we brought into the campuses. So we worked with Connections Wellness in Denton and had them come out and present to our parents. And again, we determined what presentations we would do based on the needs assessment that the parents filled out. So parents identified the needs and we met the needs. So that was something that we were able to do 2 different workshops, and we addressed social media and the upside and downside of that. That was a really, really good presentation. And then also we did a guide to just helping kids make and keep friends, which was something a lot of our parents identified that they needed help with. So we brought both of those and we all worked together to do that. We hosted one at West, we did that one during the day, and then we hosted one at Hilltop in the evening. Just some other things you can see there. We did some Veterans Day celebrations, and of course we all had watchdogs and come onto our campuses. We had Grandparents' Day parades. We try to do as many things as we can to ensure that we're holistically involving our community and giving people lots of opportunities to be involved.
Now you go, girl.
Well, we came to the board meeting earlier this year, but Heather and I were proud to receive the Crest Award. We talked about that earlier, and that's basically just saying that we really strive to follow the state model. So we talked about that earlier this year. So we're excited to have that counseling award.
She is not giving enough attention to that.
Yeah.
Hold on. The application process for this is extremely intense. Extremely intense. And it is a lot of work and a lot of effort to essentially prove what is already happening, but there are a lot of documents that have to be filled out and submitted. And so in addition to just doing their everyday duties, they stepped in and were able to get this award, and it is a huge accomplishment. This was the one time we told her we could talk as much as she wanted, but she didn't do it. So this is they deserve all the recognition in the world for this. This is such a huge award.
Sorry.
So, as Ms. Edge said,
So we wanted the day to end it, going into guidance as we're leaving. This kid said this and it just touched us. And I said, hold on, I've got to record this. So.
Hello, my name is Annie, and every time counseling comes here, it's always fun.
And that was just
which is our goal,
right?
Which is our goal.
In the morning, as we're welcoming the kids, they'll say, "We've got guidance today," and that's how it should be. And so we're thankful for those relationships.
And also just a few goals as we kind of think towards next year. One of the things that we'd like to do is we'd like to be more intentional in terms of our planning times, in terms of maybe alternating each week the area of the state model that we focus on. We'd also like to continue to find new and creative ways to make new students feel welcome. And as we're opening, we're excited about the third elementary opening, and we want to do everything that we can in terms of supporting Lauren in terms of going from just a 5th grade campus to a pre-K through 5th campus. And we'd like to increase the number of parent workshops that we're offering throughout the year. And also we've already got one in mind for the beginning of next year. We'd like to offer a parent workshop to parents to talk more about bullying. So that's kind of what we have in mind. Thank you guys. We appreciate you guys so much. We appreciate your support. And if you guys have any questions of us, we'd be happy to answer them.
I just think it's amazing, just being able to get feedback from the parents, from faculty, from students, just to see what's really going on. I mean, so many times, I myself as a counselor, you know, there's a stigma to just speaking up sometimes. So offering opportunities to get that feedback and then providing them with resources to learn more. So parent education is huge, and really appreciate those efforts that y'all gone to. And it's, Mr. Ball's been the rock of Argyle ISD for elementary counseling, and so it's great for him to have such a supportive team with so much experience. So we're excited for how y'all are contributing to the growth and support of these kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, middle school, follow that up. No pressure. Good evening.
Okay. And will this work on it too? Okay, perfect. Just making sure. Okay. I'm Jessica Wade. I am the counselor for last names A through K at the middle school. This is my 5th year. I'm finishing up my 5th year in Argyle ISD and year number 9 as a counselor, but I've been in education for 15 years, so that's where I'm at.
And I'm Tina Shove, and I have last names L through Z. And this is the end of my 15th year here at Argyle, as well as my 15th year of being a counselor, but my 25th year of being in education, all in middle school.
Okay. So we just wanted to talk a little bit about how we collaborate on our campus, because we have a team built into our campus, so we're lucky that we do have somebody on campus with us every single day. But we talk daily. We are constantly in communication with one another. We make sure that each one of us knows about each other's students, especially those ones that are a little bit more higher needs or are frequent flyers to our office. So that way, if for some reason one of us isn't available, the other one can just kind of scoop in and help with that student, and they never have to wait to see a counselor, so they always have somebody available to them. We also regularly team with our administrators and keep them up to date on what's going with all of our students, so that way, if for some reason we're not there, an administrator is also aware of those really high need students that might be coming by or might need some extra support during the day. So between the counselors and the administrators, we make sure that everybody knows all of our students and who we're going to see on a regular basis, so that way they never go without any help that they need to on our campus.
Our counseling website is up to date with all of the resources and information for our parents and our students. Some of the links include suicide prevention, hotlines for the student crisis, the anonymous alert link, ways to request a visit with a counselor. We do visit with them at the beginning of the year and go into all the classrooms and show them how to do that. So then they can request to visit with us if they're needing to. And then the course selection information.
Okay, and so we just kind of went over the different programs that we provide at the middle school. One of the ones that she had just mentioned is the minute meeting. So at the beginning of the year, in the month of September, usually first couple of weeks into the school year, we actually go into every single classroom and talk to every single student on our campus. And so this year we have 1,060. So at the beginning of the year, we went in and we met with every single one of those students, and we talked to them for a couple minutes each. We go over with the whole class how to visit the counselor. We make sure that they know where our office is located on the campus, and then we show them the request link. So we show them how to find that request link. The teachers now know how to have students request a visit with us, and so that way they know that there's always somebody that they can reach out to on our campuses. During those minute meetings, though, individually, we ask each student, what activities are you involved in? What do you do on your campus? Who are your friends? How many friends do you have? Do they have an adult on campus that they feel comfortable going and talking to, so that we know which kids are plugged in on our campus and which ones are maybe still figuring it out. Maybe they're newer to the campus. They haven't quite, made a connection with an adult on campus. So we hope that we're that connection for them. So even in those little brief minutes that they, have somebody that they can go and talk to. We also do Start With Hello Week. This is a kind of like a bullying prevention, but also building new friendships, because we have so many new students on our campus. We really want them to all know how to create friendships with people who are new to the campus. And so we have all sorts of different activities that we do. In the past, we used to do like a mix it up lunch and stuff, so that way they can kind of get to know new people on campus as well. We also do signs of suicide on our campus. So SOS is a 7th grade program that we do. And through this, they watch a video in their classroom that highlights signs of depression and signs of suicide. And then they do an assessment at the end, like a 7-question assessment. And then we go through each and every one of those assessments, and we pull all of the students who are at risk, and we visit with them that same day. And so we are constantly seeing those students and making sure that they know that there is somebody there that sees them and that is there for them and can support them. And then we talk to every single one of those students' parents as well, and we give them resources to the community so that they have a way to help their own child and know that we're there to help them as well. And then Red Ribbon Week, we also do Red Ribbon Week at the middle school. Our student council actually heads that, so they come up with the dress-up days, so it is student-led and student-organized and supported by teachers on our campus, as well as the counseling program and the administrators as well.
We also, this was new this year, but we also connected with the UNT High School Career Connect program. And in the fall, all of the 8th graders took an interest inventory, and then starting in the spring semester on Fridays, the mentors from the UNT would come over and talk to some of the 8th graders on how to sign up for the endorsements in the high school and different classes that they would know to register for based on their interests. Career Day we had in January, and students rotated through 3 panels of volunteers that talked about their career. The panels were divided into 3 of the 5 endorsement pathways. Business and industry, STEM, and public services were what we had. There were over 25 careers represented and discussed with all of the AMS students. We also do SEL character lessons twice a month. We provide character education lessons on the following traits: wisdom, initiative, individuality, contentment, service, self-control, compassion, cooperation, hope, and perseverance. And then we also have a recognition wall at the beginning and the entryway kind of our school. And it's students caught planting kindness, and so teachers and staff will give us names for recognizing students that were caught being kind, and we recognize them through our announcements, and then we put them on a little plant that is all over the wall, and our goal was to grow our wall full of that, and so it is full, and it's about to be taken down now. So, but yes.
We do have some additional services that we do throughout the year. We do beginning of year parent meetings. So at the beginning of the year, the counselors and the administrators work together to go over like all the various things that parents need to know coming into the middle school. So schedules, phone use, that's a big one, dress code, all of those different kinds of things. It's kind of like an orientation for middle school at the very beginning of the year. And then we also do course selection and scheduling. So we have course selection meetings where parents can come in and learn about the different courses that we offer on our campus, and we go over the required courses and the elective courses. We usually try to get some of the athletics or band or choir to come in and also share about their program to help build their programs as well. And then we go into every single classroom again, and we talk to every class, and we go over the specifics for each grade level, and we help the students select their courses, and then they come back to us, and then we eventually will schedule them all into their places, all over 1,000 of them, which is a lot of fun. It's a big puzzle to put together, and I think we enjoy it. Yeah. 504 in our meetings. We participate in those meetings as needed based on different student needs and disabilities, and so we're a part of that as much as possible as well.
Responsive services, we meet regularly, like Ms. Wade had said, with individual students and small groups of students throughout the year, and we began tracking the students that we saw in our offices in 3 different categories. We categorized them non-emergency for grades, friends, family, and this year we've had approximately 64% of those for non-emergency. Potential bullying is 15%, and then our crisis was approximately 21% this year.
We definitely saw an increase in student mental health needs this year. Just by looking at the numbers, 21% of the visits of requests to come and see us have been for crisis needs, and so we've been seeing that influx this year as well. So with that, we've been spending a lot of our time meeting with the parents because parents are really concerned about their student mental health, and so we want to be there to help support them as well. We have been meeting with mental health facilities, so anytime a student is coming in or out of a mental health facility, we meet with them as well. And then of course the students, when the students are on our campus, we do meet with them as well. We work on the re-entry to our school. We collaborate with the teachers to make sure that the students have a plan to make up any of their missed work whenever they're off campus to take care of themselves.
Training and professional development. We've attended various trainings throughout the year. Those are just some examples that we attended through the virtual conference for Texas School Counseling Association. And we've also been doing some researching and reading some books on SEL and what's the most important way for a student to have those success skills moving forward in their life. How are they going to be able to sustain as a 25-year-old, as a 30-year-old, and stuff.
And professional growth and networking. So we're constantly learning, reading books, trying to network and all of that. So we have been working with some community mental health facilities to learn more about how those operations happen at their facilities, so that way we can transition them back onto our campus as well, and to support them whenever they go to those facilities. We have visited a community health provider that offers the intensive outpatient and partial hospitalization services to teens and adults, and then we also reach out to local individual therapy offices, including some that do equine therapy and other types of therapy as well. So that way we can tell our parents, these are the resources. We have experience with these places, and so we're not ever recommending one single place, but we are giving resources based off of the ones that we're aware of. And then we also network with other counselors in Region 11 and throughout Texas by participating in monthly counselor meetings, virtually as well through social media, targeting middle school counselors. So we've learned that we're not alone in a lot of these things, that all of the schools in Texas are really seeing the same things that we are this year, and it's helpful to us too. So I think that's it. Do you guys have any questions for us?
With your networking, and thank you for presenting this, and the level of engagement with students and parents, and that's invaluable. In speaking with your counterparts across the state, are they tracking the types of counseling services that they're providing? And if they are your numbers similar? Are you seeing more crisis in one area, more bullying in one region or area, or are we everything pretty much on the same stance?
I have not seen anybody share specific numbers, but just from the networking and the communication that we've seen through Region 11 counselor meetings, and then also through social media, it's very similar. I think everybody is feeling the same struggles that we're feeling, and feeling those same pressures that we are as well. I will say that I feel like we feel very supported, and I'm not sure that every other district feels that way, and so we feel very lucky to have so much support, and to have board members and a superintendent who understand the mental health needs. And so I feel like we feel much more supported than some other schools, and we're very thankful for that.
Yeah. One of the things I would say on that bullying, the 15%, I would say it's very low when it's actually bullying.
Yeah.
Those are just when they're filling out the form to meet with us, they're calling it bullying, so we do have to do a lot of reteaching on if it's a mean moment, a rude moment, or if it's truly bullying.
True. Very true, yeah. So even though we see 15%, the actual bullying is much lower than that. Those are just what they're expressing their concerns.
So is the 15% an increase this year over past years, or just reports? People are reporting it
I
more
think
often?
that the word has become more widely used. The word bullying is becoming more common language, even though it might be more mean moments, rudeness. I think social cues are a little bit not as understood between students because of COVID. They did go for a year and a half with wearing masks, which made it very difficult for them to read the social cues of other students. And so I think that it's just more that they are not really understanding what the other people are meaning or doing in their
Most of the time, we probably Jessica can say the same thing, but it's like a one-time moment, and they automatically say they're bullied.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of like even what Miss Mack was saying in the GT. I mean, they almost need some grit with their emotions as well as academics and stuff. They need kind of some of that too to be taught.
Yeah, for sure. So I wouldn't say it was an increase. I think that the kids are just using the word more frequently, but when we're actually looking into it, we're not seeing any more necessarily than before. Yeah.
Well, thank you all again for your intentionality.
Thank you
So,
guys. Thanks.
appreciate it. High school update.
All right, good evening. My counselors did have prior obligations tonight, so they sent me, so mine is not going to look at, wow, that's PowerPoint, but sorry, I think it's opened in Google, but that's okay. Mine is not going to look as frilly as some of the other ones with the pictures, but I do believe that the counselors are the heart of our campus. The things that they do for our kids every day, I just can't say enough about what they do. And I do appreciate the fact that I think the board recognizes, has been mentioned several times, the importance of mental health, and hiring Dr. Hagan and adding him to the staff has just made a huge difference on our campus. So we appreciate that. And also you allowing us to add more staff to our campus for next year, I think is going to be a big plus for our campus. Our counselors start off, can I control this? Our counselors start off the first of the year, and they meet with every new student to our district. They actually will start that process next week with some of our new students. This year they have seen roughly 210 new students. So when a new student comes in, they come in with a transcript more or less from somewhere a lot of the time, and then we have to we get transcripts from Massachusetts and California and all over the place, and we have to figure out how that meshes into Texas and how to give them credit and what to give them credit for and how to help them graduate. So it's a tedious process that our counselors go through. As new students arrive to our campus, they are assigned a mentor by our counselors through our leadership classes, someone that they can go to and tour the campus with, someone they can eat lunch with, someone they can just have as a go-to person to answer questions. So our counselors work hand in hand with our leadership classes. Gina Sutton's a big part of that as well. We don't stop there. We continue to provide check-ins. So especially for our new students, we just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to try to help them fit in, to find a niche, to find a group, to find an activity, to find a club, to find something that they can hang their hat on. So our process starts very early in the year. Throughout the year, there's a process of planning this 4-year journey that our kids will be on. So our counselors meet, they start with 8th graders, as has already been mentioned, and they meet with classes, go over graduation plans, go over what it takes to graduate in 4 years, options for pathways, interests that they might have. We have all sorts of pathways for kids these days. So they meet with every group of students, and then they meet individually with every student and sit down with them and talk about, the kids will take things home to their parents, the parents will help them fill it out, then they'll come back to our counselors. So they're sitting with every student every year trying to help them with their 4-year plan. Then again, part of the process is, as you can imagine, students sign up for these classes and then they want to change some of their classes, and that's okay. Kids have interests that change throughout their 4 years. They have classes that they find interesting for 1 year, classes they don't find as interesting that they thought they might in the elective field. So as you can see, they processed over 650 different schedule changes throughout this particular school year. Just meeting with kids and trying to find their interest in their 4-year plan. We meet with every senior. We want to make sure that they're college ready, that their transcript is ready, that they've got all their credits in place so that they're ready to graduate. So they're meeting with every senior. They're also meeting with every junior in the spring, and they try to incorporate the parent into that meeting. So they sit down together, make sure every I's dotted and T's crossed so that they're ready to graduate. In terms of post-secondary planning as well, there's a new requirement that we have this year. Every family has to fill out the FAFSA. That is a graduation requirement, so they're having to meet with every family to make sure that document has been filled out, or that they've signed a waiver that they're not going to be filling it out to try to get the financial aid they could possibly get for college. Along the lines of college, it's not on your screen there, but our counselors do host a college day. Every day in the fall, they invite over 100 colleges to come in. So our kids, juniors and seniors, get to meet with these colleges, get the information, talk with these recruiters, start making these connections so that they can be prepared and ready for college. In terms of the guidance curriculum that our counselors provide, there are certain things that we try to provide our kids and cover every year with our kids. Of course, bullying has been mentioned several times tonight, and we try to provide resources and curriculum for that on our website. We had a kindness week this week. We had an anti-bullying week this week, just trying to talk about the importance of the way we treat each other in our schools. I will say along the lines of bullying, and I know this won't come as a shock to anybody, but I think social media has really taken over that world. I think things are said behind a phone or behind a screen that nobody would really say to someone face to face. I think, to be honest with you, that happens in the adult world as well. So I think social media is going to be our focus for next year. I've talked with our PTO about bringing in some speakers, not just for our kids, but we're going to have speakers for our parents as well, because I think they need to be educated and they need to be watching their kids' social media. And I think that will help some of the problems that we see with regard to bullying. Every year we typically do a dating violence program where we talk about the laws that are associated with that. Our police officers help us with that. We also have a program that we bring in, Friends of the Family, that talk about some of these things. Unfortunately, they canceled on us at the very last minute this year. But what they were willing to do is have Dr. Hagan and one of our counselors, Elizabeth Davis, they're in the process of being trained so that they can actually offer this program to our kids and we don't have to pay for it and go out for it any longer. We do Red Ribbon Week just like every other campus. We have dress-up days. We have daily announcements during that time talking about substance abuse and the dangers of it. We also post things on our websites for families and provide information to families when substance abuse does happen. We have Kiro. We're very pleased to have that and thankful that we have Kiro to go on our campuses, go through our vehicles, go through our classrooms. We also have our drug testing on campus, as you're aware, to try to curb some of the substance abuse. Like the middle school, we have the SOS program, Signs of Suicide. We started that this year. I think I reported that at a board meeting earlier in the year. We started that in the fall of 2021. We did that with our 9th graders. We were able, like the counselors from the middle school said, to identify certain kids that are showing the characteristics and answer the questions in such a way that gave us cause to have those kids in, to sit down with them, to sit down with their parents, to sit down with Dr. Hagan, and to truly evaluate them, see where they are on the spectrum of depression and anxiety, and try to get them the help that they need. We're going to expand that program next year to our 11th graders as well under Dr. Hagan's guidance. In terms of character education, our counselors work with the administrators to try to recognize students that exhibit positive character traits throughout the year. You can see the ones that we try to recognize on that list. We try to recognize between 6 to 8 students each month that exhibit these various qualities. Again, we also talk about the kindness, character education during our kindness week and during the individual meetings when they have with kids. They talk about positive choices and positive character traits. In terms of being responsive and offering responsive services, you probably know this, but we get alerts. Our counselors get alerts, our administrators get alert, Dr. Hagan gets alert, our police officers get alerts. If there's a verbiage in an email associated with the Argyle ISD, we will get tagged on that. We will automatically get something generated to us. So if they're talking about being bullied, if they're talking about suicide, if they're talking about anything that's of a concern, we will get an email. And we always follow up on those emails with the parents. We follow up with the kids. Our counselors and Dr. Hagan are a big part of that. We got one just the other night that we were all a part of. It was our student talking to a student in Birdville that was a 9th grader. And that student in Birdville said, "I'm ending my life right now." And as soon as we got that, all of us, we started making phone calls to our student. And then through our student, we were able to get the phone number of that student and that parent. We were able to reach out to that parent. It was on a Saturday night. But between the efforts of all of us and what we have in place, we were able to hopefully save a child's life, and that's part of our counseling program. Our counselors continue to post things on their websites related to suicide prevention and providing resources to parents. As has been said many times, mental health is a huge problem in our society, and I appreciate the efforts that our counselors put in to have kids into their office on a regular basis just to check on them. I think they're touching every one of our kids multiple times per year through their scheduling, through emails we receive, through just kids coming to them and saying, "Hey, check on this kid. They're in bad shape, or they need help, or they're showing signs of depression." I appreciate Dr. Hagan. I appreciate our counselors and what they do to reach out to kids. Our counselors also go to various trainings to make sure that they keep their credentials up to date, make sure they're networking, make sure that they're getting the information they need to be prepared to help our students. I won't read that list to you, but you can see all the trainings that they go to. And then just like every other campus, all of our counselors attend every 504 meeting. We have roughly 210 504 students on our campus. So that's a lot of meetings. We have about 110 special education students that have our meetings. So that's over 300 meetings that every one of our counselors will be in one of those meetings. Our counselors also facilitate, and some of you guys know about this because you have kids in our dual credit programs, where we're able to get our kids college credit while they're in high school. Our counselors set those meetings up. They set everything up with TWU. I think it's been very beneficial over the years, and I think it will continue to be a very beneficial program, and our counselors are behind that. This time of the year, they're doing everything to make sure every senior walks that stage. That's the culmination of 4 years, and they look forward to that. When you talk with them, that's the highlight of what they do, is doing everything they can so they can see that student walk across that stage successfully after 4 years. I think that's all I got. I'll try to answer any questions. They would be much better at answering them than I would, but I'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
Done a good job, Mr. King.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to present the ESL update for our district coordinator for ESL is Allie Tooley. So she put this presentation together. So Allie, like I said, is our district coordinator, and she serves students at Hilltop and AIS, Laura Beth Peak, Argyle West, and AIS. Misty Whitworth is at Argyle Middle School, and then Brandy Hunt is at Argyle High School. So last summer, we offered a summer language academy for ESL students who qualified. So basically, summer school.
for students in our ESL program. So they focused on language development using project-based learning. Some pictures from the year that she added. So just achievements for 2022, new materials, just curriculum materials for their campuses. We were able to add some instructional aids, an ESL teacher for 22-23. She put together quarterly newsletters for teachers and parents, and she did PLC embedded training, teaching language through content areas, so we refer to this as sheltered instruction. And she put together student success committees to evaluate intervention practices for the English learners and how to strategies to improve the RTI process. And then collaboration with special education. So curriculum, of course we use the TEKS and the ELPS, sheltered instruction for ESO L1 and 2, and then LDA High School English 1 and 2. Summit K-12, satellite books at the high school, the ESL library, and on the right of that screen are the different assessments used in for ESL students. I won't read all of those to you unless you just want me to. So the elementary model in pre-K, the program model, the ESL specialist will give initial pre-LAS, so that's a screener or an assessment to students to indicate the level of proficiency. And then an LPAC committee will recommend accommodations for that student, and then the pre-K teachers are responsible for carrying out those accommodations. Kinder and first, there's a hybrid model, pull out. Sometimes the students are pulled out and served, teaching language acquisition, and then sometimes the ESL teacher pushes into the classroom and assists in the classroom. And then second through fifth, and most of those situations it's a push-in. So the ESL teacher works with the gen ed teacher in the classroom with those students. Secondary model, ESL services are, in most situations, are provided by the classroom teacher who is also ESL certified. And a few situations where we have newcomers that maybe do not have a good grasp of the English language, they would be pulled out and worked with for language acquisition. So they're just some district numbers over the last 4 years. So you can see just how much our ESL population has grown from 89 to 202 this year. Just a breakdown by campus. Newcomers would be students who have less than 3 years in school, and then long-termers would be greater than that. I'll take Hilltop, that's that 59 is a typo, it should be 62 for the long term. And in 2021, the testing for the ESL program has increased by 64%. So 102 total students tested, of those 77 qualified. And then if you look back, if you refer back to 2 slides ago, the ESL population increased by almost 50%. To give you an idea of the different languages that are spoken among our ESL students, Allie has been working with family engagement. So she has, of course, the quarterly parent newsletters, but she does 2 coffee talks, one in the fall and one in the spring, where she invites ESL parents or parents of ESL students throughout the district. Those have been really well attended. Communication through emails, and then she held a district multicultural fair. different professional development that our ESL teachers participate in. And to wrap it up, just some pictures of teachers working with students in the ESL program. Any questions? Got a lot of updates tonight. If 2 more for you in my department. Okay, so dyslexia next.
Dr. Stieber, the number of languages has seemed to increase since last year's report. Do you
Have
know?
they increased?
It seems to be a larger number of languages.
Yes,
So-
I think you're right. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how many languages have increased. Different languages have increased, but yes, I think you're correct. They have.
Seems to be at least 4. So anyway,
Question
I'll go
before
back
you,
and check.
before you go on. How long do you find that these kids stay in the program, and what's the criteria for them exiting?
Well, they stay in the program until they meet the qualifications, and part of that is being successful on STAR. And the LPAC, similar to the ARC committee, would have to agree to dismiss them. I couldn't, off the top of my head, list off the criteria for exiting ESL, but I know that being successful on their state testing is part of it.
And how long would you say, or do you have any data on how long the average student is staying in ESL?
I don't think
Just
I have
curious.
a number for you.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so dyslexia. These are our 4 dyslexia teachers in the district. So Carrie Peck at Argyle West, Leanne Rudolph at the intermediate school, Cheryl Stain at Hilltop, and then Angie Silguero at middle and high school. So dyslexia, it's a disorder manifested by difficulty in learning to read, write, spell. It's not rare. It's not a visual difficulty like you hear, seeing words backwards. That's not what it is. It's not associated with low intelligence. Many times, actually, quite the opposite of that. And it's not something that can be outgrown or cured. We teach ways to cope with the dyslexia. So it can affect many areas, not just reading. So difficulty getting their ideas on paper, organizational problems, being easily distracted. The program that we use, the curriculum that we use is Take Flight. So all of our dyslexia teachers have been trained in Take Flight. If we happen to hire a dyslexia teacher that is not trained in Take Flight, maybe they're trained in something else like MTA, then we put them through the Take Flight training, which it takes 2 years to go through that program. But we put all of our dyslexia teachers through that. So our campus dyslexia services, they provide small group or individual instruction. It's usually going to be 4 to 5 days a week, and the sessions last anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. So there's a referral process, testing, and one thing that we have done this year is, so dyslexia, a student would be labeled dyslexic either in a 504 committee or in an ARD meeting, 504 committee meeting or an ARD meeting. And so instead of what we had done in the past was the dyslexia teacher on the campus did the testing and then made a recommendation to the 504 committee or the ARD committee. And what we've done now is the testing happens and then our dyslexia teachers together look at the data and make a recommendation to the 504 committee or the ARD committee, and that is just to promote consistency among the campuses. So these are dyslexia numbers. So you'll see we have students that are identified in dyslexia, or identified as having dyslexia, and not all of them are receiving services. Right, so it takes 3 to 4 years, depending on the pace, for a child to make it through the program. So even after they have exited the program, they're still identified as dyslexic, and they still would likely receive accommodations. So in the district, we have a total of 304 students identified, and of that, 127 of them are receiving services. And so you'll notice most of those services are at the younger grades, at the elementary campuses. So program goals, to obviously effectively identify students who exhibit characteristics, provide instruction to meet those specific learning needs, provide intensive, highly concentrated instruction that maximizes student engagement and uses specialized methods and materials, provide support for those students in the regular classroom, and facilitate parent education and support. Do you have any questions about dyslexia? Okay. I think next up is a special education update.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on the home stretch of our first year as a self-managed special ed department. And so I thought I would give you just some kind of key data points, a review of the overall structure of where we are today, and some accomplishments from the year, and a couple goals for the future. Do I do it from here? There we go. Okay, so it just shows you the a number of students receiving special ed services in Argonne AISD over the past 6 or 7 years. You see a lot of Octobers there. That's kind of the official state count when we submit PEIMS data in last Friday in October. I wanted to get a current number too, so I ran a report and looked at it a few weeks ago. In the increase there from October to now is that I included students in private and homeschool that we serve, and young walk-in students that we serve, and I don't think they usually count that in the snapshot, but I think so. That reflects probably. So anyway, you heard me say private and homeschool. If you didn't know, we do receive some federal money for special education, and one of the strings that they attach to it is that we have to set aside part of that money to serve eligible students who do attend private or homeschool. So if you've ever driven south on 377, which you probably have, you notice there's a very large private school that is within the boundaries of Argonne AISD. So we do provide a lot of speech therapy services to those kids down there. Students in private homeschool, they're not entitled to receive the full range of services they would get if they attended a public school, but we do have to provide some services for them.
So would other districts have about the 10% ratio of special education?
Yep. So that's kind of grown over the past few years for reasons which, well, the state kind of used to ding you if you were over 8.5%, and then the Houston Chronicle published an article about that, and people up in Washington D.C. read the article and they kind of shut that down. But yes, it is about these days about anywhere from could be 11, 12.
So we're not an outlier here.
Absolutely not. No, it's very, very close to average for that number. So. Yep. Okay. All right. So I talked about private and homeschool kids, and our walk-in kids are those that are if you're eligible for special ed, you can begin receiving services as young as 3 years old, right? So some of our kids who need speech therapy that live in the district, they don't attend school yet, but they'll come up to the school to get speech therapy. And that's what we call a walk-in speech kid. So about 8.5% of our total number of special ed students are private homeschool or walk-in kids. Okay. This just kind of gives you a distribution of our students' primary disability categories. Speech impairment, of course, the biggest one there. Learning disability is a close second. Some kids, of course, may have 2 or 3 eligibility areas, so this distribution just represents what is the primary disability for each kid. That's later. Okay, and here's the distribution of some of the services that we provide through special ed. About 265 students receive speech services. You can see the numbers there, I don't need to read them, right? Sometimes for psychological services, sometimes that's directly meeting with the student, sometimes it's more of a consultative model, so sometimes it's both. You may have, for a kid, you may meet with them and consult with their teachers. Kind of distribution of our special ed students across grade level. The 18 plus there at the bottom is most often students with more significant like cognitive disabilities, and so if even if they've met all the requirements for graduation, we want to ensure that they are able to transition to their kind of post-secondary educational goals, right, where they'll be living semi-independently or at home or in a group home, going to a day having some kind of supported employment. So that's what those students are. That will grow over the years, right? Instructional settings basically describe the degree to which the student is in a special education setting throughout the day, right? A 0-0 are your speech-only kids. The only service they receive is speech therapy. That's the only time they're pulled out of the classroom, right? There's 131 of them. An 01 is a homebound situation, usually for medical reasons. The student isn't able to be at school, so we provide services bedside or in the house, and that's usually temporary, right? A 40 is a student who receives all of their special ed services within the general ed setting. They're never pulled out. They're never in a special ed classroom, right? And then it kind of goes up from there. A 41 is in a special ed setting a little bit throughout the day. 44 is in quite a bit throughout the day, right? Okay, here's some names for those situations we were looking at on the previous slide. Students receive services in general ed. They may be in a regular classroom with instructional support, so a paraprofessional or a teacher might be in that class to assist all students. A co-teach situation is where you have a certified teacher, a certified special ed teacher in the classroom with a general ed teacher, and they're really tag teaming the teaching responsibilities, right? They're planning together to the highest degree possible, given time, and they're really adapting the instruction to the needs of the students that are in that particular class, right? A resource is a content area class like math, ELA, and it's only going to have special ed kids just if maybe they're a year or two behind. Math's just not their thing, right? Well, we can group them together, usually a small group. It's a pretty small size class, and teach them that way. STEP and life skills are for students with more significant cognitive disabilities. We talked about walk-in kids, homebound kids, your private homeschool kids, and part of what I'm trying to illustrate here is that we're required to offer a broad range of service delivery models, right? We can't just say, if you're in special ed, then you go to this classroom, and if you're not, you go to this. We have to have a broad range of services available, and I think we do at this point. The ones in green are new this year, so there's some things that we've done. The XD class is for those 3 and 4 year olds who might have more significant needs than like a walk-in speech kid, right? And so they can come on to school early and get accustomed to the school process and start learning, right? The basis setting is the behavior and social emotional support setting, which we implemented back in the fall for students with emotional and behavioral disorders and needs. We are going out in the community and doing community-based instruction in some capacities, typically with the life skills students, right, with more significant cognitive disabilities. And then we will look at next year adding that speech school is kind of a placeholder, right? Doesn't have an official name yet, but that'll be for kids that are kind of between your EXI, more significant need, and your walk-in speech kid, where they maybe can come to school a couple times a week and really get some targeted speech therapy in a group, and again get accustomed to the school community, and try to intervene as intensely as we can, as early as we can, to bring them up to speed, hopefully by the time they come to pre-K and kindergarten. So wide range of services. Here's our staff data. That's for currently this year we have 4 diagnosticians. We will have 2 additional ones next year because of growth, right? That's something I'm sure you hear a lot about. I get, doesn't surprise you, I know, I get emails every week, sometimes multiple emails that say, hello, we're moving to Argyle, and my kid has an IEP, and we're coming from California or Pennsylvania or Florida or Massachusetts or wherever, right? So lots of people moving here. We have 8 speech language pathologists. We're also adding 2 for next year. School psychologists, we have 2, we're adding 1 next year. Occupational therapist, we have 1. We won't be adding 1 next year, but we'll probably need to use some part-time help too, because her caseload is getting pretty big at this point. Over 60 kids, I think, right? We have transition specialists, work closely with not just the 18+ kids, but kids starting from middle school, right? To kind of help plan their post-secondary goals and get them moving towards them. 31.5 teachers and 54 aides.
So about 100 full-time equivalents or 100 people full-time engaged on special education.
Yeah.
And are you happy with that staff load for the student load?
I am. You know, if you ever do a needs assessment, the 2 things that come up is you need time, you need money, and you need people, right? So you can't ever go wrong with having more people, but I think we are adequately staffed for next year. Okay, there's lots of other services that we don't need to have a full-time person for, right? It wouldn't be fiscally responsible, so we contract out those services. Visual impairment and physical therapy are still provided by the Denton County Special Education Cooperative. For audiology, we contract with the UNT Speech and Hearing Center, and they send us a full-fledged audiologist to come down and calibrate hearing aids and do testing and provide services, et cetera, et cetera. Our deaf and hearing impaired teaching services are done through the Denton Regional Day School for the Deaf program, which is housed within Denton ISD. We contract with a bilingual diagnostician to do any cognitive and achievement testing if the student is a Spanish speaker, right? We also have a straight monolingual diagnostician that we can contract with when we get overflow testing, and there's timelines on these things that we have to meet, and so if our current diagnosticians are way overwhelmed with testing, we'll bring someone in to kind of help them catch up. Same thing with the speech pathologist, bilingual and monolingual. Translation services for ARD meetings and for documents, we contract that out. We do contract out some with a Medicaid billing vendor, and also psychological services. We have 1 full-time in-house, and we'll have more than that next year. But again, still to help kind of that overflow and keep everything running and get everyone served, we use some assistance there too. Okay. To date, these folks that we talked about have conducted about 120 initial evaluations to determine special ed eligibility this year so far. Those can take anywhere from 3 to 12 hours from start to finish, you know. when you include the write-up and the meeting with the parents and doing paperwork and having the ARD meeting, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just the initial evals. They also do a lot of reevaluations, and they all lead to an ARD meeting. Right? So I know you have 11 this week just in your campus, just this week, right? So there's a lot. Here's a few things that we've done this year. The referral process to special ed is kind of daunting, you know, and we want to ensure that the process works, but we also want it to be efficient, right? And so we've worked on that, and we want to make sure the right students are identified and evaluated. So that really is bringing together various departments at each campus and centrally, such as the bilingual folks and the RTI folks and the 504 folks, and kind of streamlining a process to where we can identify, okay, that's a good referral and we need to test them, and I think we're getting there. Okay. Just kind of a review here. We have added some service delivery models and some different settings throughout the year, and we'll continue to do that next year. Special Olympics has kind of taken off. They've gone through to several meets just this spring. Katie Hawley and Dr. Moore have really taken the reins on that and done an excellent job getting that going. That requires a lot of time. They have to be certified through Special Olympics and do trainings and a lot of paperwork, and it's lots of moving parts logistically to get to the meets and compete. We have focused on co-teaching this year, and we brought in some professors from TWU who that's one of their areas of expertise, and they provided ongoing coaching for teachers and co-teachers throughout the year at middle school, and we've got good feedback on that. Next year, we want to keep developing effective and efficient processes, right? And you know, this year, as you kind of see in the little post-it note there's a lot of observation, right? And take it all in and kind of see what's working and what's not, right? So next year we'll kind of get staff across campuses together and really start linking elementary to middle and high school in our practices and helping everything flow up until kids graduate. Okay, that's our sign. Any questions?
I think you've done a great job.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Very great job.
There's more to do, but we'll get there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's a lot to cover, and bringing that in house is you've done a really great job doing that. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alright, it's action time.
11A. This is simply a list of the meeting dates for the 22-23 school year. We changed August to Tuesday because we didn't want a board meeting on the first day of school. We changed Thanksgiving, we changed winter break, we changed MLK Day. Other than that, they're on the third Monday. So I recommend that you accept these dates for your board meetings, your regular board meetings for the 22-23 school year.
I know February 20th, I think when I looked as President's Day, we're good with that. We're here, I think.
Let me look at it on the calendar.
I didn't look at the
one
calendar.
sec. Okay. So you're talking about February of 23?
Yes, ma'am.
I've got the third Monday is the 20th, yes.
Okay, but I mean, that is President's Day, so just
Right,
asking.
but we have
We're in and.
Staff's here that day
We're
though.
all
The
here,
staff
okay.
is here.
So make sure. Okay.
Alright, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 11A as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Slayton with his first second in his tenure. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. And Wyveline, just for documentation purposes, can we make sure it says Matt Slayton, whatever? Thank you.
One of you all should change it. This should be, we can make a motion, can't we?
Okay, do you wanna read this?
We can't add anything to this agenda, but I'll think of a name and we'll get it on next month's agenda.
El Jefe or something?
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right.
Presidente.
Oh my gosh. All right. All right. Y'all be thinking, maybe we'll do a district survey. All right. 11B, I'm going to go ahead and canvass these bond propositions. So for the Argyle ISD Proposition A, we had, and again, I'm going off of what I have here, so if there's some numbers that are different, I'm going off of this.
Don't bring it.
2,815 votes for, 1,231 votes against, for a total of 4,046 votes for Proposition A. Sorry about that. This microphone. Proposition B, 2,327 votes for, 1,716 votes against, for a total of 4,043 votes cast. Proposition C, 2,248 votes for, 1,785 votes against, total of 4,033 votes.
There was probably a provisional ballot that was converted.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 11B as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom with second, his first of his tenure. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, 11C. Is this Jeff or Liz?
No, Liz.
All right.
Okay, this is a resolution just expressing the official intent to reimburse costs of the 2022 bond projects. So as you know, it takes a process to actually sell the bonds, and so we've started working through that process already, but that could take up till the end of July or sometime in August, depends on that timeline, with our financial advisors. And so there could be potentially some cost incurred for those bond projects before the actual sale. And so this is provided by our bond attorney in order for us to go ahead and move forward with some of those costs and reimburse ourselves out of the 2022 bond funds as they become available. And examples are, you'll see later on this agenda, there could be potentially engaging with an architect for elementary 4 if there were any costs incurred prior to the sale of the bonds. That is a project that was included in that bond, fully intend paying for that out of the bond of 2022. It's just those costs may come a little bit ahead of before the actual funds are in our hands. And so this is a legal way that school districts can utilize the funds ahead of time and reimburse yourself. And I believe in there it's up to 18 months that we can reallocate.
Are there restrictions on where the funding can come from? So can it come from fund balance? Can it come from anywhere? Or is that crossing
It can come
budgets?
from No, it can come from, I spoke with our attorney on this earlier this evening. It can come from our fund balance or 2017 available bonds. You just have to reimburse yourself, and you have to approve the resolution first, and that allows you to reimburse yourself.
What about a financing option? Like if there was something we had an opportunity to participate in that was part of the 2022 bond, and we needed to secure short-term financing to do it.
I would have to ask specifically on financing. We've not discussed short-term financing. It was more of funds that were in hand already.
But it can come from the 2017 bond?
It can.
Yes, 2017 bond and or fund balance.
That's correct. It's just a way of when we have projects that are, the timeline needs to begin, and we haven't been able to sell those bonds, but you have the full intent of selling those bonds, and we're in the process of doing so. For the first issue, I think we've discussed in all of our bond presentations and with the board that the intent of the 2022 bond is to sell in more than likely 3 issues, and so this would only be something that was contained within that first issue. So.
We can talk about the other later.
Yeah. Any other questions for Liz? Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve action item 11C as presented.
I'll make the motion to accept action item 11C as presented.
All right, Dr. Bitter, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Okay, 11D. Dr. Ruggles put together a very elaborate analysis of the number of elementary students that we will have at South in special education. And we are already at 95 emergent bilingual learners at South. So I'm recommending the addition of a position to be split between special ed and emergent bilingual learners at South, half and half. If we needed it to be 0.6 and 0.4, then that might work too. But at any rate, this is because of the very large number of emergent bilingual learners and special education students we have at South. So I'm recommending that you approve this position split between these 2 specialty areas for the 22-23 school year from the M&O budget for 22-23.
Do you expect these numbers to stay high?
Yes.
Year after year, it's not a
yes, because
spike
of the way that the zoning is. Yes.
So this person would have to be certified in both areas?
Yes. Well, yes,
Special
they do.
ed and ESL.
Mm-hmm.
Is that easy to find? Yeah, is that hard to find?
It shouldn't be that difficult to find because most, all of our English teachers, all of our elementary teachers, every single one of them has to have the ESL certification. So it should be relatively easy to find.
We usually do that at the university level too.
We're getting all of the students from Cannon Falls and all the students from Brazier and all the students from Stonecrest at South.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 11D as presented.
So moved.
All right, Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
So these aren't new students to the district. They're just going to be at South.
Mm-hmm. Just South, right? Coming from Hilltop
So they've
and
already
coming
been part of the
from
district, okay.
West, both. The president of Tarleton came out and met with Mr. King and with me, and one of the things that he's asking that we do is enter into a memorandum of understanding with Tarleton, and it basically just says that the top 25% of the class at Argyle ISD can be admitted automatically to Tarleton, and that the requirement for ACT and SAT will be waived in their admission. And then there's also scholarships that if a student is in the top 10%, that they get, Tarleton's going to guarantee $1,000 if they're in the top 10% and $500 if they're in the top 25%, if they meet the guaranteed scholarship program requirement. So there's not any money associated with this. It's just a way of connecting with Tarleton and helping our students that are in the top quarter get that automatic admission. So I highly recommend approving this memorandum of understanding with Tarleton. When he came around, he told us that he had visited 133 districts already since he's been in this job. So they're trying very hard to increase the number of students that are attending Tarleton.
So they're extending that to most districts in the state, is that what
They're
you're saying?
trying to. He's trying very hard to increase the number of students that go there, mainly in the Central Texas area and the North Texas area. He probably can't recruit as well out of the far west and far south part of the state.
So he wants this understanding so that we will, as counselors,
Right,
let
so
the
that you would
students
say,
know that you have this
oh, you're in the
opportunity."
top quarter of the class, and maybe a student says, well, I didn't do too well on my ACT or whatever, if you're in the top quarter, they waive it. It's just an advantage to.
Do we have
our
anything like this with any other institution, college?
No, not really.
Tarleton's marketing right now.
I guess, I mean, A&M and Texas, they all, this like 6% and 10%, but.
Right, but it's not a memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, so I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why we wouldn't sign it, but I'm just.
Well,
in
there's-
other
we
words,
are signing.
There's no
they could do
reason
without our
not to.
understanding. They don't really need us to accept the top 25% of our.
It's just a formality.
Well, it's marketing, yeah.
It is marketing, it's increasing the enrollment.
The awareness, yeah.
Because he gave us a list of who all was going to Tarleton from Argyle High School. And then he also gave us a list of students who were planning to go there in the fall of '22.
Sophie Slayton.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now it's.
I
guess you have to recuse yourself.
Yeah,
now I get it.
If y'all need me to, you go.
Her decision's already made. I don't think you
Yeah.
need to. So I recommend that we approve this, or that you approve this.
Yeah, so was accepted in October, so. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve this MOU for Tarleton State 11E.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right.
5 years ago, back in 17, we had an opportunity to become a district of innovation. And at that time, this was kind of a controversial concept for some reason. But we had a committee that worked on this, and we put together a plan through that committee. This came out of the 84th legislative session. And it has really helped us, and I'm recommending that you extend it another 5 years from 22 to 27. It gives us the opportunity to start school when we want to start school. We can start on the second week or the third week as we choose. It also gives us the opportunity to hire teachers that are not necessarily Texas Teacher Certified in our, particularly in our CAPE programs. Like if you needed a health science teacher, you could use someone who maybe was a dental hygienist, or someone who was an athletic trainer, who had medical knowledge but not necessarily teaching certification, some other licensure and experience in the field. It would also extend to law enforcement. You could use someone who has worked in law enforcement as opposed to someone who had a degree in criminal justice, if you chose to do that. it was easier to find a teacher. It allows you to use a college professor to teach American Sign Language. We did that a year. The person had a PhD or ADD and was teaching at the college level, but also teaching here. That was invaluable to us, but the person didn't have Texas teacher certification. So it allows you more flexibility in recruiting and retaining your teachers. And then the other thing that we've been doing and we're continuing with is to put teachers that are new to the district on probation for 2 years as opposed to the 1 year that's required. So those are the three main big areas in this DOI.
That we've chosen to do.
Yes, that we've chosen.
Is there a committee that's still formed that we can continue to decide on things we want to do as a district of innovation?
We could reconvene a committee, but I mean, these are the things that we definitely want to extend this 5 more years, but these are the things that are most important.
The DLT reviewed this. The DLT reviewed this.
Or sure, the DLT could function, right.
They did review it.
The district leadership team did look at this and did say, yes, we want to go forward with this.
In 5 years, were there any negative aspects of it?
There wasn't one negative thing that ever happened in
'Cause I do remember it was fairly controversial back then.
Right, it was.
Yeah.
But nothing negative in 5 years.
It's widely accepted now. I mean, a lot of school districts.
Very widely accepted. We might have had 1 or 2 people question, are you sure you can put me on probation for a second year? Yes, under our DOI we can.
Yeah.
The reason I ask is I've heard in the last few months of some of these districts are actually going or planning to do a 4-day week with a 1-day teacher ability to do work. I think that'd be fantastic, and I just wonder whether we are considering doing different things with our DOI status.
Well, we didn't, when we took this to DLT, we didn't add anything like a 4-day week, but we certainly, if there's something that comes up, even though you approve this for 5 years, if there's something you really want to do, you can go back and convene the committee or use your DLT.
Well, we're approving that we're going to be a district of innovation. We're not approving all the strategies behind it right now.
Both. You're approving the same thing.
Okay, well, let's go through everything then.
It's the same thing I just said. You're doing the teachers that aren't certified.
Okay.
You're doing the starting school when you want to.
So basically, we're approving the 5-year plan right now too.
Right. You're approving this it's been in effect from 17 to 22, and now I'm asking you to approve it from 22 through 27. See, if you don't have this in place, then you can't choose your start date for school. Teacher certification, keep rolling down. These are the main points. And then the probationary contracts. Those were our 3 big areas that we still want to continue with. But yes, I mean, what you're saying, you could certainly, if we did want to do something like a 4-day week, that's just theoretical.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is if we are a district of innovation, we have those opportunities to.
Yes,
Is the 4-day week go under DOI? Does you have to be a DOI to do that?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of meeting minutes, right?
Yeah, all they did was add more minutes to certain days.
You just have to get your
and they're
minutes
using it most of them are using it as a recruiting tool.
You don't have to be DOI to do that if you get your minutes.
Okay.
But anything else you think of, you could come up, I mean, you can reconvene your DLT or your DOI committee and add to it. You can add to it during that 5-year period if you want to. So it's been really good. There was never, ever anything negative about it, and after we got it in place, it was very positive.
Have you heard of other things that are in other plans that we don't have in ours, in our DOIs, that are real popular?
I think a lot of places do use it for more of the teaching certifications than we do. We've pretty much stuck to the K classes, not so much the other classes, although we would, like if we were looking for a French or Spanish teacher, something like that, we would use a university professor that wasn't necessarily Texas teacher certified. We did that with American Sign Language. We used a TWU professor. Now we have a teacher who's Texas teacher certified. There's nothing negative about it, nothing at all. But I don't know of anything really creative or different that other districts are doing. Most of them most of them are not doing that 2 years of probation, but they're using it for the certification to hire teachers. So I recommend you approve it for another 5 years.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 11F as presented.
I make a motion to approve action item 11F as presented.
Mr. Westrom, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Slayton, second. Any further discussion, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Alright, if y'all notice on the agenda, we stop using 11 and it goes to 12, so just please note that after action item 11F, we will be 11G, 11H, 11I, 11J, even though it's listed differently. Just letting y'all know that. Alright.
Jeff has everything else.
Everything.
Sorry, Jeff.
That's okay.
Patient man.
Not a problem. This first item I've got is for approval. It should be $18,779. That number changed and the original draft got included. This is for our school zone flashers and signage for the new elementary school. This is something that Town of Flower Mound installs. They maintain it, operate it, own it, and they're giving me buy board pricing, so it's just as easy for us to let them purchase it. We reimburse them. That way it's equipment that works with all their systems. And so this will actually get us all the lights we need, including the extension of Denton Creek that they're still in construction on. We went ahead and got that included. So we're asking for approval of $18,779.
When this equipment needs maintenance, do they come back to us to pay for that too, or they
don't? No,
take care of
it's their equipment. They own it at the end of the day, so we have nothing to do with it other than update schedules with them, other than pay for it on the initial.
Yeah.
Other than that.
I will entertain a motion to approve action item 11G as presented. Well, with the price of $18,779.
Is that as presented?
Well, as presented, but not notated on the agenda.
I will make that motion just as you said it.
Dr. Bitter with the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Deffenboss, second. Any further discussion? Witty comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Okay, the next item, this is asking you to approve Corgan as an architect for elementary school number 4. Right now, we were up against a time factor, and so it makes the most sense that we repeat the prototype design that we've come up with at West, that we've built at South, so we can build this one quicker to meet the needs and get in there for 24. So we've asked Corgan for their fee, which was $1,304,000, which equates to about 4% of the construction budget we had identified in the bond for this project. So that's a savings of 2 to 3% over a typical ground-up fee. It also helps shave time off design. So we're looking at about a 4-month design time instead of 7 to 8 months on a typical brand new school. I've also included some contingency, $39,120, and that's just for some of the incidentals and reimbursables that come along with that plan reproduction, different consultants, ADA reviews, things like that we have to go through.
So this amount includes on-site project work, etc. So it's not just the design, this is
Correct.
actually the
It is their full
architectural-
scope. It
okay.
includes their administration all the way through closeout and completion.
So I can see there's obviously some positives to having the same design just placed, both on timing and also the cost associated. Have you all done the due diligence on, is this the design that we're going to continue to use for our elementary schools? Is it a functional design? Is it a cost-effective design? I mean, have we done the due diligence to see what else is out there?
We have. It is a cost-effective design. We looked at projects from the 3 architects that have been approved in the past. So I looked at projects from all 3 of them. This is a cost-effective design when you look at it per square foot basis. And I believe we have an efficient design. I might defer more to the principals. I know we made some improvements at South, after doing West, and I'm sure once we get in South, there'll probably be a few more improvements and continue to build a better and better school, but I'm not aware of anything that doesn't work, and it does prove to be a fairly efficient design when they look at hallway versus classroom percentages, so we're not looking at an excess of unusable space in hallways or closets, that kind of thing.
And does it matter, the design, does it matter, do we have the land? I mean, does it matter that we're hiring an architect if we have the land?
We're about to have the land.
Okay. I mean, I was just wondering if.
We
for
have the
time's
land, we
sake.
just don't have the contract on the land
Okay.
finalized.
I mean, would you be designing? I just didn't know if it mattered if you're hiring an architect before you know what.
Where should it be built?
What the palette looks like.
We know what it looks like.
Okay.
Well, in terms of that, no, we cannot start a site design until we know where it's going to go. We do have a site identified that we are, going through the steps to purchase. But this would include bringing the plans up to date, taking everything at South that we've already encountered along the construction, that we've had to change, things that weren't coordinated correctly, that got missed. So we're going back through drawings and scrubbing that and improving it, getting all that into the document so when it goes out, we don't encounter those same issues again and get the same change orders presented to us again. But we cannot start the site. That is true, until we actually are firm we have it identified, which we really do, but I still think it'd be a little premature to engage civil engineers and actually start on that just yet. We've got to go through geotechnical surveys and topo surveys and things like that.
So can you walk me through the 1.3 again? You said it's 4% of the estimated costs.
Yes.
How much? Excuse me. Can I?
Go ahead.
How much more is the estimated cost for this one versus South?
This one, our estimated construction cost was $32.6 million, I believe, and I don't remember what South was. I want to say it was on the order of 30.
Right under 30, I thought.
And what do you recall the fee, Keith? Do you know the fee for
I
South?
did not go back and look at the fee. I don't know if you recall.
Yeah, if we were a percentage basis, it was 4%.
So we did flat on West, and we went back to percentage on South.
Yes, you did. We proposed both at.
Roughly
the percentage base.
1.2.
1.2.
So is this percentage or flat?
This was
flat.
that was requested.
Oh, this is flat. I think it's 4%.
I'm just giving you a comparison.
Well,
It's
it's
about
coming.
4%.
So
very, very close.
1.2 million was the
For
4%, roughly, for South.
So we're gonna do the same school, and we're going up $100,000.
A little over.
Well, I thought we were flat.
I
ever
thought we were
since
saving
West.
money, so.
We've had this conversation before.
Yeah, we always do.
We always do.
Is this in the bond though? This
will be coming
So is this
up.
part of
Yeah,
that
it will
resolution
be.
we just did that we're gonna allow this expenditure under that resolution, and then we're gonna.
Well, but
Well,
they're not gonna bill us 1.3 tomorrow.
They're not gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't. You just said we can't do it till we acquire the land, and that's probably July, maybe into June.
I think.
But that gave us, what, an 18-month window, so I mean.
I think we have this struggle every time we do these schools.
We do.
And maybe Keith can answer better than anybody. What the thing that the board always struggles with, Keith, is we agree that we're always looking for efficiencies. And since we're kind of basically, and you've explained, I remember you explaining that part of it is not reproducible because of the new site. And so maybe you could spend a few minutes explaining to us how much is and how much it isn't. But what's always hard for us to understand is why there is, as we reproduce it and we basically take the same school, so much of the architectural time has to be in that design. He said himself, we're going to use you because we can save time, but we can't save money. It should be for the same reasons. And so explain to the board how, as we're building school after school after school with the same, I'm not going to say cookie cutter, but the same design, why are we not able to save money on architectural?
And you should be saving money based off of a reproduction. We did not base our fee on a percentage. It came out to be about 4%, but we took a schedule. Like Jeff said, we took off about 3 to 4 months. It was about 3.5 months actually, because that was that early schematic design, the design development. We just started with the actual CD documents that still have to be produced for a new school. We took the manpower that it took to do that for that amount of months. In addition to the CA, we do the same amount of construction work during the construction process. And that's what the fee came out to be for the reduced schedule. It just correlates close to that 4%. I didn't have the base number of what the construction cost was on the estimate for this one. That was done through the bond committee. So that wasn't something I was looking at. I was looking strictly off of our hours working forward.
But hasn't historically we paid about 4% in architect? Is that?
It started off at 6.
At 6.
Yeah.
So
what a standard is 6 for a new design typically.
He only did that because we went.
So you said 32 million on this?
32.6, I believe, was our construction.
It only came down because
That's the estimate.
But on this one, we weren't
Might
requested to
be
look at a
higher.
percentage like we do it.
So 4% is
We were looking at
4%
just
is
the
1.3.
manpower.
Yeah, it's right in there.
It is, it's intended as a flat fee,
if
but
it's flat, I'm fine.
but when you
I just
change
didn't
it
remember we
to
did the last one as
a percentage.
because that incentivizes them to. No offense. It incentivizes them to.
It's nothing he hasn't heard from you before.
I need to say it. To reiterate.
No additional.
It's not personal.
No, understand. But like the last one, the percentage, it did come in below that, and we took a lower, it knocked our feet out, a percentage of a percentage on the last one.
This one's not coming in below it.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that either.
Yeah.
With the market that it
Right.
is right now.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm just trying to relive where
And,
we were
and
how
like
we
you
got.
said, we do have brand new civil landscape.
Yes.
We have additional changes that will be updated to the drawings, so that it does require a whole new set of construction documents as well.
So
for
that
this
one.
process.
But and so if we wanted to take, say we're going to start from scratch, we're going to have you design a whole new school.
Yes.
Would it be more like 6%? You're saying you think? or-
I'd have to do again. That would just I would have to add on the 3.5
4 months or 3
4
months.
3.5
worth of
4
time.
months of time,
Yeah.
and it would come out to that amount of manpower. I don't know what percentage that would fall in, but it's something.
That 1.304
But generally speaking, if
Generally
we,
would be
if we
closer.
say to you, what's your fee
saying
for
it's
new
just
construction, you'll
I'm
say
just telling you.
6%,
Yes,
right?
I would say that's
You
industry
have the best of
standard
both
for
worlds.
architects.
The
Flat fee,
industry standard,
fancy
correct.
percentage.
I would say that's the most common
Mm-hmm.
fee that you'll see across the state. Yes.
So regardless of what the cost of this school turns out to
For
be,
time though.
we pay 1.3
Correct.
million.
Right,
Yes,
even
that
if
is
it
correct.
went above the 32.6, say,
Yeah.
so
The
even if it
unforeseen
went
market right
to
now.
35 or
guarantee.
whatever.
And even if we
But I
change the
guarantee
plan,
they have
Correct. Yes.
If
if we don't go with the
prototype
cookie cutter model.
The only thing that if we do not, in our proposal, we said that we would keep majority of the same design, because if we are changing it, that would add time. It wouldn't be the 6 months that we were proposing, be additional. However however much the change is, yeah.
This fee is predicated on repeating the design, you know,
Right.
with minor
With
changes,
modifications that.
but essentially the same design.
Yeah, and that's for a scheduling standpoint too, just knowing what that would take to put into the schedule.
So you referenced the principals. Ms. Funderburg you gave them feedback on things you would change, and those are being incorporated at South now.
We get on the list of probably 35 or 40 things we needed changed. And there's still some things that
That's
need
just
changed, but
filtered.
I think they fixed them all on there.
But that's all incorporated in the fee to make those changes, Keith?
Yes. Yeah. They were incorporated at South.
They were incorporated
Yeah.
south.
And
So
we
then
are
Dr.
also.
Jordan may have changes.
Correct. Yeah, and anything that comes up from South that we want to modify as well.
So
that'd
you've
be
gotten some
incorporated.
feedback on the construction aspect from South, but we won't have any feedback from the implementation part
From
about
use,
South until
yeah.
you start designing. You have already designed this.
Correct. Well, it'd be later in the process, but as long as it's not major changes, those could be incorporated as well. Anything that comes from South.
The general
The
structure, are you
drains
happy
went into
with?
concrete.
Me?
Yeah.
You ask.
No.
Gutters have been corrected.
It does have a new library in
Those
South,
been
so
corrected.
you'll have to try that out because it's new.
Well, I missed that. Was that?
New high
South
school.
has a new library that's different than West, so
Yeah.
we'll have to know how the new library is.
Straight steel versus curved steel. Easier
Oh,
to
it's the same
get.
This has to be done. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's what we're chasing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Keith. All right.
So in light of all this, before you go further, I didn't know the resolution was in the works when I wrote this, so maybe you need to modify the motion and take off that exclusion or qualification, I should say, about sale of bonds, 2022 bonds being funded. Because when I wrote this, I thought I was going to have to
Ultimately,
wait
it is.
to get funded, but now that there's a resolution,
But isn't that ultimately
this can start when
that's
it
the
would
source
need
of the
to.
money?
It's ultimately
Ultimately, that
Still
is the
can't start
source.
till you acquire the land.
right.
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 Which by the time
All
you
I'm
get,
saying is
which
that
by the
just
time you get the
my
land, you may have sold the
qualification on
bonds.
funding
Yeah.
is
But
no
you're not-
longer
Bonds, you said July.
valid.
But you're not asking for the 1.3 million right now.
No.
This is just
It's-
approval for it.
It's unlikely that Corrigan would even have done anything to bill me for
Yeah.
by the time it funds.
Yeah.
If it funds late July. It's unlikely.
But even if we used any monies from M&O or 2017, it ultimately is 2022 bond funds. So, I mean, I think it's correct because it's the whole reimbursement thing.
It's just a second.
Right.
So I think you're good.
Yeah, it was just the qualification on timing, not the source. That's
Gotcha.
always 2022 bond funds at the end of the day.
Yes.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 11H, also known as 13 on your agenda.
So moved.
All right. Dr. McDay, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Dr. Bitter, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. I think a lot of us had questions about this next one, but I appreciate the information.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. So this one is required by state law. Anytime we're not doing basically low bid, we have to recommend and get approval for the method of contracting. We're allowed up to there's 7 different methods, and I don't remember all 7, but this is one of them, obviously. No cost impact for this, but we are recommending construction manager at risk method on the next elementary school, and I know we had kind of moved away from that method over the last 2-3 years. But I think it's important to note with the current economic conditions we're dealing with, that time is a very important factor. And I think the only way we'll get this project done on time would be if we go this route, which, I'm sure you've probably all read the bullet points and things I sent out, but it allows us to get our contractor secured early, because it will be based on fees and general conditions cost, not on the project cost yet. which would then allow us to release some packages early, like materials, which some of them have gone to be very long lead items. I gave an example, I think, in here of electrical equipment was a month ago or so. He was telling me if he ordered it that day, it'd be 70 weeks. And it's just hard to overcome that. And right now, what he promised us at that meeting was going to ship the end of April is now shipping the end of May. So even in 4 weeks' time, and we were talking less than 4 weeks from that particular ship date, they've already pushed that particular one item. So I think this is our only real chance to get this school open by August of 2024.
So, I gotta ask a question, sorry.
Sure.
If now we have this resolution, we can use funds, and we have a prototype school, we know the size of the equipment we need, we know the units we need, we know the structural steel we need, for the most part. Does it make sense for us to order it on our own?
We can do some of that. We could do some of that, but then we are completely at risk. And yes, I agree, it's a fairly known quantity, these items, based on building it twice, but we are still at risk for anything that is not coordinated or doesn't work out. And it's going to be a lot more difficult to, if you're kind of going, towards a CSP method, it's going to be a lot harder to put that project out, say, in 6 months, and then ask them to take on any risk. They're going to price that risk by taking on the risk of, here's your electric gear package.
I feel like we're eliminating risk. What risk are you saying we're going to take on?
The risk is going to be if any of this equipment turns out not to work. Warranty issues.
Yeah, but something that has a 70-week lead time on it?
The time it's going to take to get the materials.
It gives them
No,
out.
I'm saying we can place that order tomorrow based on the resolution we just passed. We could place it. We don't have to wait even for a CMAR to be selected. Correct?
Correct.
And
some of those items we're already set up to purchase, like the electric gear. Tommy in maintenance is buying from supply houses all the time. That would be an easy purchase we could do. We're not set up, say, to try to procure roofing materials, which are over a year lead time, especially with the insulation right now. But we're not set up with any type of vendor that sells those products. So it's just putting a lot of risk on us, whereas if I have the CM, who will also be the GC, take that risk on, and they buy it, which means they're probably going to have a contractor already work into some pricing. We'll probably do 2 amendments to that contract, so we'll probably have like not exactly, but slab up GMP amendment, and then maybe the slab and site as a second one after we get that design.
So what are they writing into their contracts now? If you have a GMP and it's an 18-month build, they're not guaranteeing. They're going to write in discrepancies for prices, right? Even if you order it, they're not holding it. They're not agreeing to hold it for 70 weeks, are they?
Once these items are ordered, that locks in the price. So once we go through, the bids, submittals, and get the approval on the package from the engineer, and they release it, it's locked in. It may take 70 weeks to get, but the price doesn't change.
So from your perspective, is this going to cost us more, and how much? It's going to give us better time, it sounds like, but how much more would this cost us going this way?
I cannot.
CMAR
That's why we haven't
CS.
gone this way in the past, because it does cost more.
That's why we got away from it.
I can't quantify that for you.
But what's the
I would
cost
say
of not having seats for kids?
traditionally, let's go back 3 years before all of these things, and I would say yes, CSP is going to yield you the lowest possible cost over a CMR.
We talking 10% difference?
But right
5%?
now, with what we're dealing with on lead times, again, I keep going back to that's a big one. But with a CSP, I won't be able to issue that as a package to bid for, let's say, 6 months, 6-7 months. Now I'm dealing with inflation at over 0.5% per month for those months. So now my cost difference is kind of leveling out.
That might offset it.
And you could even get into a situation, let's say time is a factor. So if we go CSP method, we put it out, we've handle the material inflation. It's in the prices we're getting, but then we stipulate I have to be in that school August 2024. There's a cost for that. So that means they're going to start bidding overtime, 2 shifts, 3 shifts. So really, I think a CSP in this case is going to serve to drive our price up. That's just my opinion. I mean, I have no facts that I can, use to prove that. But that's just what I see, and I'm talking to GCs and other architects, not just Corrigan.
It's not. It wasn't just he talked about this on the oversight committee call, and lead times are the biggest problem right now. So I don't know that we talked about CSP versus CMR on that call, but
I think we did.
I mean, the overwhelming thought on that call was you got to do whatever you can do to shorten your lead times.
And this is what
and
you're
lock in
doing
the
to shorten
prices
the
because
lead
the prices are changing.
Well, yeah,
every
not
60
shorten
days.
lead times, but get it released sooner so that hopefully we get it.
Yeah, you're not shortening lead times, but you're getting it
But
something
you're-
secured and locked in.
Yeah, you're advancing.
I just
the
thought we could buy them on our
probability
own
of
since
getting
it's a
your
prototypical
materials.
school. Then we're locking it in even faster and ordering it faster.
Yeah.
But we also the other thing I haven't talked about is we're going to store it all.
Red Barn.
It's pretty full now.
So as our construction manager for the district, you're suggesting this is the best route to get the school open
Yes, I am.
in August 24, plus the increased cost might be offset by inflation.
I feel if there's any increased cost, it's going to be very, very minimal. Again, I have no way to quantify that.
This is what he feels is best
Mhm.
at this time under these circumstances.
Correct.
For this building. Yeah.
For this building.
Okay.
It's funny, we go through the same thing, the same discussion, but necessary.
It's getting shorter.
Yeah, that is getting shorter, you're right.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 11I, also known as 14 on your agenda.
I make a motion that we approve agenda item 11I as presented.
All right. Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
All right. Last one. Again, same reasoning, not doing low bid. So I'm asking you to approve CSP method for parking lot expansion at the high school. That project's fully designed. It's in review with the town of Flower Mound, so it's ready to release once they approve it. So that would be why I'm telling you this one is good for CSP right now, because it's ready to go on the street. I'm not going to wait 4 or 5 months while we design this. I would say that I'm just asking for the approval on the method, but I'm not yet ready to issue that because we're waiting on the second round of comments from Flower Mound right now. This is all a variance to their ordinances, so I don't want to release it and then they deny it for some reason. Then we would not have needed to do it. So I'm hopeful that we could maybe make the 13th council meeting, June 13th. I think that's the same as our board meeting, or the 20th. It's the 20th.
We're the 20th.
P&Z is the 13th. So that's what I hope for.
And this
then
is
we
for
would
the
be
400
issuing it
extra parking
immediately.
spaces that we're.
It'd be for approximately 400 spaces.
Is that still out at 17 bond?
That would be out of 17 bond
Savings.
savings on that project.
What are the variances?
The variances that were over the parking
A lot of
calculation that they
parking.
allow
Okay.
by several hundred, most of the 400 in fact.
And this is on land that we own.
Yes, land that we own.
Okay.
Which doesn't have enough parking as is, so hopefully
Correct.
it'll allow us.
I don't anticipate a denial, but
Are we having to move anything to make this happen?
we are not moving anything to make this happen.
Depends if they pour it correctly.
What?
So it depends if they pour it
Require
correctly.
another variance.
Right.
that would require the other
Use the right
variance.
path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of it's standalone.
We
Hopefully
have-
they would get it right.
And just so
We
I
have the right
understand- just
CAD
so I
file,
understand,
that's great.
if you were to do it the other way, it would be a low bid process.
Oh, CSP is low bid.
CSP is low bid.
It's essentially low bid, but we're allowed to consider other factors. We just have to advertise those,
So it doesn't
you know,
really mean
with
you don't
the
have to take the
request.
low bid.
It doesn't
We
mean
do
you're
not
not
have to
gonna
take
get
it.
the low bid, it just means you don't have to take the low
Correct.
bid.
Correct.
As long as we publish the qualifications and, you know, what we're gonna score and rank them on, then we can do that method, and it may not always be the low bid. It just gives us flexibility. You know, we've in the past looked at financial stability, past history with the district, personnel, schedule, all of those have been things, and they're all weighted. Price is always the most heavily weighted, and so we turn it into a scoring type system. So a low bid will get the maximum points on the price side of it, but then they may lose out on the other categories, so a higher price contractor may rank better when it's all scored and evaluated.
So if we pass this, you make that call. You
Not just myself, but we have a team. It's usually consists of Liz, Dr. Wright, Tommy Ledford in maintenance. We've had you on that, I think, most of the times. So we have usually at least 5 evaluators, you know, independently scoring. Then we come back together to meet and discuss
and make a recommendation.
and come up with a recommendation. Which that would be the next step. Is I'd come back, you know, once Flower Mound approves it, then come back with that recommendation on the award.
Spending the money.
Spending the money.
Spending the money.
I ask for money. That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 11J as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Slayton, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hold on, administrators. Just
Yeah.
hold on one second. I'll entertain a motion to approve items discussed in closed session.
Yeah. Good. I thought we hadn't done that.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I got so caught up.
So moved.
All right, Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Dr.
Yes,
Bitter,
you do.
second.
All right.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the time is
Oh, we have
10.
to go back.
Oh, we gotta go back to closed session.
Yeah.
I still have to go to closed session.
Like you were reaching for the hammer.
I am. The time is 10:30 p.m. and we are going to adjourn to executive session.